Namaskar, good morning. This is 11th May 2020 and this is Suraj Singh, Civil Engineer, INT PE India, Sea Engineer India, talking to you about daily issue. Yesterday, 10th May 2020, I could not complete my episode of Daily Talk due to failure in signals. I tried second time, it did not work well. No problem. I am back to you regarding ensuring that today may be good. World is changing very fast. We know we know that SARS to COVID-19 is around us, working very very rapidly, efficiently, more than expectation of human being. It's destroying humanity due to whatever reasons unknown to us, but felt very clearly that humanity needs a lesson, certainly, and it is, I think, teaching that lesson. Humanity has to learn how to live in a way to keep earth and environment safe, sustainable, and when I say sustainable, this is very wide term, may not be understood by everybody. Sustainability of earth and environment. Earth includes environment indeed, but yet people don't understand that way. Sustainability is very important in life for everything. It's not only for environment something, but for yourself also. You have to keep something safe for future. For those who will be there in future, it's not a something you have eat it now and throw it and finish it. No, that's not right. Sustain means no constantability. You can say continuity of something for time to come. Today we have something, if you destroy that, completely exhaust that, you have nothing for future. Nothing left for future. If you leave it for future, then it will automatically generate more and more. And you will consume that in future because it's a consumable item. It's very important. When I say that's why SARS2 severe acute respiratory syndrome, we call it. The second one, and COVID, it's a short form of that. We say it's going to control respiratory system, that's okay. It's going to hold respiratory system at rest. So man loses life, but also it can hold your mind. That's another dangerous point which people hardly are successfully able to understand. If it goes through eyes and enters your mind, it can damage your nervous system, your neurons, and that's much more dangerous than SARS2 as short form we call it. Damage to respiratory system. It can damage the neurons as well, and that danger is much more powerful than SARS because it enters through eyes. Of it can enter through eye, and we don't have any precautionary measure yet to apply it in eyes. We have to take care of that. If it enters eyes, it's 50 times faster. At point of eyes entry, it is 50 times faster than it enters through nose or mouth or nose. So we have to be very careful. So every day something comes up, and we are all opening our countries again and again and again. We just because of economy and not because of survival. Every country is interested in economy, as if economy shall go out of control, means they cannot survive. Actually, in 2 months, economy has become higher, and control of this suppression of this virus is equal to what? Every day climate is changing. I know that. Where I'm staying, every 2 days, 3 days there is change. Yesterday there was thunderstorm and rain, small rain drop, not very, you can say intense rain, but good rain. It's again chemicals are coming down. Same cycle repeating. One day temperature, another day higher temperature, third day say 41 degrees, and otherwise next day it's rain, clouds, wind, all that. This means the cycle is working. 3 or 4 days you will find a change in weather. And I think that's the root of this problem. That is really root because we cannot see. There are chemicals in environment. All kinds of chemicals are there. Air's normal chemicals, gases normal, which without pollution, that is argon, and your oxygen, nitrogen, 70% nitrogen, 20 something percent oxygen, and a few percent of argon. These are natural compositions of air, in addition to something very, very minute, you can say. But when you add to this, what you add to this? Organic gases like methane, ethane, or some useful part of protein, I mean, so the propane, as we use propane in our homes, house homes. This also goes some way into air, and then carbon dioxide we add, and many other. Hydrogen sulfide example is there, which is you see in your drains, smell, offensive smell, and industrial waste, you can say. So air is a complex mixture of such gases, and in addition to that, moisture with droplets come down, water comes down, and again evaporated goes back to the soil. And it's actually chemical rain, I can say, to some extent. It's chemical rain, and when once it rains, humidity rises. And humidity rises means which level it is, it helps this virus to thrive and survive. So temperature is down by so today now it's 25, it was 28 yesterday. So there is a drop of 3 to 5 degrees, 3 degrees, 4 degrees in one day drop. Again tomorrow it may be heat and further, and again it's cycle moving like this is very dangerous actually. We have to link it to this virus, of course, because temperature can generate many germs and many bacteria as well. For example, it's not necessary you seed it, it automatically happens. And bacteria all in air, of course, there are bacteria in water, there are bacteria in air. We coli bacteria in water, we can't kill them. There's a bacteria in air. So this all further fractional form of this bacteria, a virus. So virus actually you can say is Sol, otherwise we can't see it's 0.00025 millimeter. What's that, 0.00025. It's 1/1000 of a millimeter, kind of micron size. You may say kind of same electron, or I use in computer even lesser than that. So it's nothing but an energy which can't be seen, which can be felt. This means God is master designer of everything, not master but expert doctor designer of everything. He is designed in such a way that your nuclear bomb doesn't work here, and hydrogen, whatever energies you have stored in for killing each other, they're got no use now. You kill to kill each other. We have bombs, other community has bombs, other nation has bombs. This is to kill each other. So God decided, why you kill each other? I kill you all. God's formula is all very strict. For God, you are not American, you are not Bharatwala, you are not Pakistani. For God, everyone is same. For God, nothing is in USA, nothing is there. You are there, you are here, everywhere you are. So God's religion is something else. God's geography is different. For God, everyone is same. This point we have to understand as much as possible. If really we believe in God, and if you don't believe in God, you go to your religion, your mosque, your temple, then you don't believe in God. In fact, you don't believe in God. These religions cannot teach you God. Only nature can teach us God. So nature is teaching now. If you don't understand, we can't do it. Still, he's signing only. He's just planning, he's not done yet. Not even 1% people have left their lives. Still few lakhs only. So it's nothing in comparison to 8 billion people on earth, only Thursday. It's nothing comparatively. Only half a million people have been affected. They say 400,000, I say half a million, or say 1 million. Sorry, yeah, 500,000 affected. So half a million it is. It may be 1 crore, I say, forget that. It may be 10 crore. It would be one day. We'll see that. It's not, I'm not saying that it is going to happen. It's going to happen. We are interested in money. Still, you locked down for 1 month, 2 months. Now you are opening. What was purpose of locking down then? What was purpose of locking down? Means you are having no knowledge. We are having no decisive power. When in our country we locked it to around 1,000 affect cases, and now it's more than around 70,000 it is, and it will be 7 lakh one day certainly. With rapid speed, whatever speed it's moving, it's going to reach that figure because we have not tested anyone. We're not doing anything which should be done, but we have population. We should not forget our slums. Everything we have. America-like country could not do anything. English-like country, England-like country could not do anything. Who said we rule so many countries, they can't solve this problem. America says, I am superpower. That cannot solve this problem. Italy has been beaten very much. France has been very much. All are without understanding. They are opening. France is saying, don't worry, go to offices using bicycles. Why don't we people use that? France, Italy, they are opening their lanes now. Vans news. They are opening their hidden lanes which are used. Now they're putting wide is the widens the use cycles as much as possible rather than using public transport or your own car. Just use cycle to go to office. What a beautiful idea actually. Health building and petrol saving and cost saving and helping environment. But we are very good people in our country. We can't go. We are status people. If I don't have car, I don't have status. So in this country, mentality is different. Those people can do because they don't mind this. For them, it's right only, not a status. But here, it's not right. It is status. If I have to buy milk, which is just 500 meters from my home, that shop is located, I can't go by walking. It's against my status. Either I have to send someone or I have to take my scooter or motorcycle or car and go to buy that milk. This is my structure of classification. My status, I should use my car even though it blocks road. This is our culture. Rubbish culture, you can say. We can't understand very easily until we are beaten. So we shall be beaten soon, don't worry. America has been beaten. It has been beaten to such an extent. Still, it's not understanding. I just blame game. Trump blames Obama, Obama blames Trump, each other blaming China, blaming this. Nobody, I'm not finding any world leader who themselves call world leader. None of them is genuine, none of them is honest. They only fabricate lies and use them all over the world same. No one is taking any responsibility at this moment because they are failure. They are cheated public. Somewhere there is a friction in many countries I have seen. For example, Belarus, it's not accepting any lockdown or something. Oh, I don't believe in that. Sweden is not very much happy with that. Oh, I believe that. Sweden-like country, Belarus-like country, and many more like countries. They do not say, oh, get lost, you lockdown. We take care, that's enough. People will take care of themselves. Why I force them? That's best policy for them. And for some it's police ka danda, that's best policy. It depends what sort of people you are. But ultimately, it's all failure, to be very frank. Lockdown is a failure all over the world. They may accept, they may not accept. It's self-control that's required. It's not lockdown. People have become psychologically mad. You see, also any country will find people affected by psychology. They never liked to stay with families with joint culture. They are forced to stay, which is good, but they say this is not. You are sitting with your mother and father using mobile, chatting with friends. I'm interested to talk to your family members. That is happening. So it's a complete, structure of whole world society is changing. Everything is changing. Olds are not valued. Oh, it's about 90 years. Forget him. If he dies, let him die. It's a problem. Go to care homes in France. Go to care homes in Italy. Go to care home. There's so many care homes in Europe because this is a profession there. These kids cannot take care of their parents, so there you'll find many care homes, nursing homes, care homes, where old are taken care of. And in one case, I just remember that there was a caretaker woman says, I kept everybody locked down, or not locked down, actually jailed, a kind of internal jail for 40 days. And I was also there. My staff cooperated. Some were steps, and then we did not even open ventilators and windows and doors. And after 40 days, we opened this. Nobody was impacted. It was infected for 40 days, and they celebrated. They put horns of cars on and dancing all that. This different. They think the old will be impacted by this faster than young, but that's not fact. Young to others, in kids are. What I mean to say, a threat exists in minds and hearts of citizens of this world. If comparatively, if you compare total cases and those who recovered and those who lost lives is not that high percentage. They are hardly less than 1%. Total cases maybe 500,000. Say 1 million. Sorry, you may say 1 crore. Let us say 1 crore. Let us say those not. Let us say it's 1 crore. Assumption got no problem. We can assume anything. If you say 1 crore, what's 1%? 1 lakh. 1 lakh. If 1 crore or so. So 1% is 1 lakh. And how many lost lives? So it's not very high if you compare, but human wise it's very high because it was not expected. But we should not forget that when we count these, other deaths are also possible in that same period, which are non-corona deaths. So you can deduct that one from this. So what is actually balance is very small numbers. Only problem is there is no treatment currently. So it's a fearful situation for everybody. Why should I die? Other problem is impact on body, permanent impact of body. If by chance it impacts your mind, that's a big issue. Impact on mind. Okay, if it's impact on your respiratory system, certainly you have to die. There's indeed no doubt. But if it impacts your mind, you may not die. It doesn't impact your respiratory system, it impacts your brain. So there may be loss of memory, or there may be paralysis, or there may be something else that you lose your memory, or you don't know anything, or you lose your eyesight. There can be any result. This is what I'm telling you, not because I'm a doctor or I'm just reading some research whenever I see why it's like this. So they are say mutations are just mutations, maybe mutation versus mutation. When we say this virus changes form, again it changes form, again it changes form, and it can change to, as I see, if UA reported yesterday, it can go to 40 to 70 repetitions or 5 to 70 mutations, which is a different term. This means it can cheat your own system of antibodies. Then how many antibodies they will result? It's very different. In some cases, they say in UAE, there are 2 types of viruses working. One having so many mutations, other one having so many. People are not clear of this. And then I say this compared to I1, that is mutation, takes this DG, this one at its designation is spike. Spike number is D614G, that's full form of that, which are not written there. But this spike, this is 614, means there are 14 repetitions, 40 mutations, or you can say transformations of structure. So 14th one is very dangerous. It says it can move so fast In local areas, if suppose one person is impacted upon, all locality will be impacted upon to so. So such reports are, which are very wonderful in the scientific way, but very dangerous in your impact in your community, or you can say you can be infected with high power of attack. So I can say till today, world has not understood it very well, which is another point that concerns everybody, because nobody is sure. There's no injection made till now. Though whatever they claim, that's only for registering or strengthening antibodies in our body, not for treatment. And with which these mutations happen, this D614G or 70 or 40 to 70 mutations, as UAE says, or you can say ICE entry, all are very dangerous. Therefore, I think it's not so easy that we will know about this very soon in 1 month or 2 months, because it's very intelligent virus. Let's say it's not only intelligent, it's a brilliant one. It's brilliant and dynamic both, and I think it's come with full training. That do not worry about humanity, because humanity is full, and we know how to handle humanity. So it is going to stay here for unknown duration and work. And that's why when there's a system, there's some organization working here, unknown organization of virus, they have to adapt to that only if you want to live. Your strength of threat inside ours shall not help us. So we have to use it and stop worrying about that, because it is going to ultimately impact you whether you keep yourself in room or out room. It's not going to help anyway. The virus droplets are available in air. These can move in air. What is guarantee that they won't move? There's no guarantee till now. They say they station in air for a few hours, but when there's a wind or there's a force, some other force by your AC system or by your own itself, again it can enter your room, wherever you stay. It can reach you without any problem. You are not still guaranteed that this is only meant to man of person to person. I think this is medium to medium also. This can enter your windows through your some defective spaces, or it can come to you through your suction effect of the compressor use of wire AC, or if you drive car, because car itself is very speed, it can break this, it can impact this droplet in air, and it can move, if not to your car, to some other car, to your AC use. Can you drive car without AC? It's up to you. If you can stay in your room without AC, it's up to you. If you can sacrifice, you can save impact. If you cannot sacrifice, certainly you will get droplets transfer to your room. And because once it enters your home, your temperature is 15 degrees to 20 degrees. You keep this chilled air temperature, it will thrive. It will thrive happily, and then it will cause impact onto you, your family members. So this is circle. It can move through any. It can move through a plumbing system which is common in high-rise stories. Common system. So you can pass even through pipes and go to other house, expose yourself there. So what I would say is you can't avoid it. If you can't avoid it, then you're not going to die as well, because you consume something which is good for you, not good for this virus. Like, as usually people say, use boiled water. Boil, not boil and drink cold. Boil and drink hot. Hot food. People are not used to hot food. They do some, okay, let's wait for. And don't take your Coca-Cola or Pepsi Cola or beer or chill your hot whiskey. This all shall destroy your all shall destroy your immunity and help your friend COVID-19. So if you want to make it friend in that way, you drink whatever you want, You live wherever you want, but remember, you are going to be your own enemy of your life. Corona is not your enemy in that case, you are your enemy because you are going to invite Corona to yourself. You have to change a little. You have to change if you want to live, and you keep bad habits if you want to leave this world. You have to decide. No one shall decide. You have to be natural, you can live. You be artificial, you cannot live. If you can digest sun heat, digest it. It's very good these days. I saw it's around 11, 10, 12 these days. UV ultraviolet value, ultraviolet index value. If you see this aqua weather conditions international site, you shall know what temperatures current temperature is and what is expected temperature and what's current value of UVI, and it's generally is not affected by cloud or rain or by anything. It remains as it is because it has got no relation to cloud or to air water content or temperature. Even a cloud where you'll find is 11 because this ultraviolet, and that's very good for this. It's good as well as bad for this. It's good in the sense that it helps you have automatic injection, natural injection into your body, ultraviolet rays into your body for moments, few moments, few seconds, few minutes. It scans your body. It can impact virus also because virus cannot digest this, and doctor can give you only one injection. It shall give you your whole body, penetrate your whole body to your pores, and you can sweat out your, you can exhale, your, you can say, you can give exit to your toxins from collection of your body. So it is something safety related, but I say it's not medically related. I'm saying it's like SHE, that is safety, health, and environment relation. So you have to train yourself. Don't depend upon pleasures, depend upon some sacrifice of pleasures. Hot water example, don't take cold. Yes, it's hot and you need cold, but need is something else and requirement is another one. You feel pleasure, you take cold beer and expose yourself to virus. Or if you want to take hot water or tea or hot coffee, it's okay, fine. It doesn't make a difference. Take hot tea, hot water, hot food. You'll get benefit of that. Stay in sun. You'll get another benefit and walk if possible in sun. If you walk in sun for half to 1 hour, you will get much more benefit because you'll get first of all air, and of course air is not very good, but you'll get automatically even if you stay in your room, you'll get that. You get sun rays, normal sun rays, and you get ultraviolet rays. And moreover, you walk, you do some work. When you walk, you avoid multiple coefficient of friction between your soul and ground. That gives you work, measurement of what you, quantity of work you do. So your body remains active. You walk for half hour to 1 hour. You sit out. The joints remain open. Your circulation remains better. And of course, you have a bottle of water with you. You can take that intermittently if you say, or you go back home and take hot water. What I'm saying, this all SHG related. That's general subject in engineering, safety, health, and engineering. It's not a theoretical subject, but it's used on jobs, so we know that, and it's always better to have certain knowledge of this. So what I'm telling you is about safety, not about medical science or some other thing. So virus is not a big problem, but I think it has been made a big problem. Virus always there means if you are stronger. Just take examples of this technician workers. I call them technician workers because they are technical. They work on technical activities. They don't work. 90% of them work on technical activities where they work in factories or they work in industries or they work on construction sites where they work, except those who work in shops or in hotels or somewhere else, exception of those who work in factories, industries, and on working sites. They all are technicians, in fact, technical skilled workers. I can say they are much better They are stronger, they use technology, they learn some work, and they have quality system with them, they have workmanship. So these people are, they work in open, particularly those in construction sector. They work most times in open, whereas those in mechanical and electrical field, they work in workshops or in covered areas. So there's a difference of two, and you see strength of these workers. You should realize this fact that through this virus, we have known another valuable information regarding strength and potential these construction workers do have, which none we have. None of us has that power. This is their money, in fact. This is their body, means they don't need a doctor. They have a very strong body. I can't walk 100 kilometers or 200 kilometers. I can hardly walk for 1 hour, not more than 1 hour, or maximum 1.5 hours if you take some certain glass of water in some tap water. Not more than that in one go. I'm not that strong and say if I compare to these workers. So I'm from same field, but they work physically and that's why they are strong. And they suppose out of 8 hours they work in 4 hours in sun. You can see how much energy enters their body, solar energy as well as ultraviolet rays. So they are having chemical impact in their body, and that's what I see. They have energies in their body, built energy in the all time, a dedicated transfer of energy into their bodies, make them stronger, make them, even if they don't take food for 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, they are surviving during walking itself. But you and myself, I cannot, you cannot, it's not possible for us. So there's a difference. Means you should not call them workers because they are not workers. They are skilled workers. They are very technical workers. Their work only they can do. I cannot do. You cannot do. It's only nonsense to say that they cannot. This is not proper dealing work. This is not boy work. Means just make a tea and give to someone, or give a glass of water to someone. It's not that type of work. It's very much technical work they do. So they are respectable community, I should say, despite they are not having a literally education background. But those who are in literally education background, they are worthless. They do nothing for nation except paperwork, this and that. So I think these people must be respected today. And it's unfortunate that we did not miss them. We did not, help them to an extent required. Only few people in society, those who had some sympathy with them, provided them food on the way. But government did not even understand what they are. The government, whether it's a state government or central government, both governments ignored them as if they are not our country people. And this is regretful. I will never forget my life. This government has proved it's worthless for general public, for common man. It's worth having good worth with those who can maintain themselves by money with them. This government helps only those who are riches. And this is not a criticism, this is an observation about this government. I'm an observer. I'm neither linked to this party nor linked to that party. Observation should be neutral. It shall not be biased. And I can say we used to criticize one other party, but cannot even be criticized because this is not human. This is inhuman people. This is human public, in this party, which is ruling now. They are all inhuman. They don't understand what is humanity. So I should say these are worthless people as far as society and nation is concerned. They could not realize what is required for. Had they given some good treatment to them, I would be first person to be happy, though it is not done. So if you cannot help those who help houses for you, who make houses for you, who deliver to you everything required in life, your WhatsApp. So I would simply say we should not worry about this virus because even if you stay in lockdown, how long question is that? After all, what benefit you are getting? And I should say, stay free in society, keep precautions, take precautions. Just like this is distancing, okay, that's man to man distancing is okay. But if it's the airflow, then even distancing shall not work. If system says that yes, this can fly in air also, based on speed of wind, and there's the air flow is 100 kilometer speed, 60 kilometer speed, 30 kilometer speed. This is very light particle, not a heavy particle. It's lighter than particle of air. So this can also, even though it's stationary, it can travel and you can inhale it. So I think it doesn't make the difference that you are inside of room or outside of room. It shall reach you sooner or later. Don't be in panic about this. I don't think any panic should exist. There's no panic. I'm not in panic, but only precautionary measures we have to take, and those precautionary measures are these. And if you take these precautionary measures, you will enjoy without worrying. Yes, social distancing is fine. Crowding should be avoided. It's worth to avoid crowding. However, there's no virus, then you have to avoid public transport. Of course, in this case, you have to avoid. You cannot afford that transport. And even if you are crowded, in the crowd itself is suffocation. If you are in a train or bus, which are crowd means everybody exhales carbon dioxide, and we exhale carbon dioxide in crowd. This means that you can't inhale oxygen. Oxygen with that carbon dioxide which you release with your nose, it doesn't go anywhere out. Even your air conditioner cannot extract immediately. You have to wait until that time when the accumulation of carbon dioxide in metro or in other transport system, you have to inhale carbon dioxide also during that journey. You keep in mind. So you are inhaling carbon dioxide in a crowd, so it's better to avoid crowds. And if you have your released carbon dioxide will go away to throw your AC system out, extract it back. Yeah, and you inhale this chill layer which contains oxygen and nitrogen both. So what I mean to say, you have to recede back to old system, that better you cycle. Don't count your status. Cycle. When you drive, you have to exercise. You are exposed to sun, you are exposed to wind, and you are working while you're paddling. So it's great that you use cycle, and if it's near your home, you can also walk. Though everybody cannot walk, depending on distance, and try to take your kids to schools by walking or by cycle rather than going by cars or by buses. Well, it's just a suggestion. It's up to you. I cannot command anything on you. You have to decide. It's your life. But change your and don't use AC when not required. Yes, in daytime I know when it's noon or afternoon you need it, but at least at night you avoid this. From when you are home in 9 or 7 or 8 in evening to early morning, avoid it if you can, because it's already not that hot. Even if it's 25 degrees, you can sleep with fans. No need of air conditioner. These are only precautions you can take, nothing else. If you take this precaution, you shall feel better. You will save electricity and you will remain healthy. And if you feel so hot, take bath and sleep. Means you have to adjust to current circumstances. You can assume this is what nature wants. This is what nature wants. Because you did not care for nature. Nature is not caring for you now. It's natural punishment that you will get, and you are getting. All economy is under pressure now, everywhere. They are much worried about economy. They are not worried about your health. Our country, now they are not worried about health. Our health system is very bad. And of course, American system is too bad. English system is bad. We didn't know that before. So English and Americans, oh, you are sick, you have to go to America for treatment. Now you said that. Shall you say that? Our nurses are going to you. 88 nurses were sent yesterday. 88 nurses joined UAE for a few days to help them. This means they are short of doctors and nurses. They call them, sir. Yeah, I mean, doctors is not easy to be found everywhere. In USA, there is a shortage. In Italy, it was shortage. In France, it was shortage. I am just observing that Those countries who used to call themselves very powerful, scientific countries, research countries, every country has failed. Italy failed, France failed, Sweden failed, Germany failed, Russia failed, America failed, England failed. What actually you want to know more? America did not handle it 0%. Forget positive. America did not understand what to do. Such powerful country, so-called super country, has acted as a rubbish country in this situation. And on top of that, England, its prime minister was impacted upon. Forget something else. Have this vice president of USA secretaries impacted upon. Russians prime ministers impacted upon. This means these are all hollow vessels. We say hollow vessels sounds much thota chana baje ghana. There's some kind of Hindi phrasing. So all these countries have exposed themselves what sort of underwear and banyan they have. They're all useless, potentialless people. Yes, they have funds, I agree, but they're also under borrowing. I think better than those are Arab world, better than America, better than England, better than Europe. At least they are managing themselves. They're spending a lot on their Saudi Arab. They're spending a lot. You can't even imagine. UAE also doing a lot, but not like Saudi Arabia. Yes, Qatar has proved little weak. They are having more money than others, but I don't understand reason behind this. Why they are so slow. Saudi and Qatar are competitive. Qatar has gas, Saudi has petrol. Both are rich. Actually, Qatar is more intelligent than Saudi. It has system. It is an inbuilt system for everything. Anyhow, you can say that GCC are better placed now in world. Of course, they have a lot of money because of oil, but they spend to develop their countries as well. That's also true. And they are not, they are treating everyone equally. Means they don't say, oh, you are from India and you are from Pakistan and you are from Bangladesh. No, for them it's not that. It's a ratio 1:3. If there are say 4 cases of virus, 3 are immigrants and 1 citizenry. You can see news from Oman every day, news from Kuwait, news from Saudi, news from Qatar. You will find similar kind of. Of course, some places people are ignored. That's true in Qatar, in industrial area, which is located on Salva Road. It's a big area. People are maltreated. They were not taken care of properly. That's not correct. The Qatar-like country does like really. I don't like it. Because Qatar is number one country in UAE, in GCC. It's very rich. They have money. They respect our country people. But I don't know how it happened that they ignore these people, workers. They respect workers, but maybe some new generation has come who don't care, probably like we are. So there's a change. I work in Qatar, in 85, 86, 87, 88. And then I worked there in 96, 95, 96. And then I worked there in 2004 to 2007. So I think I worked around 6 years there in different batches. And I know what they are. They are good people. They respect our people. But if new generation might have a different character, I cannot say. I'm talking of 85 to 2004. It's different period. It means about, if you say 85, 15 and 4, about 19, 18 years duration. So generation must have changed. So new generation never respects old generation. This happens everywhere in world. And now in Saudi, system is changed. This new generation prince, he has liberated many people, even own form. But still on an overall basis, they're better. They are helping. They are helping Lebanon. They're helping Palestine. They're helping many other countries. Africa. They are sending aid to Africa, which is also having famine trodden. Africa has taken a lot of loans from China, and certainly when you give loan, you try to suppress that power. It happens naturally. It is They don't say, but you try to rule that power indirectly. This is natural. Whole Africa is under loan, and they know China would demand loan, but who shall give them? Nobody. In this situation, nobody shall give anything to anyone. Such as, yes, you may get medicines, you may get masks, you may get something, you get PPEs. But as far as money is concerned, everybody is under constraint. Whole world is under constraint. And our people are selfish people. Our organizations are selfish here in our country. All selfish. They are not worried about poor, they are worried about themselves. At least I'm really appreciate America at least Trump transfer money to accounts of public. He tried to help them. In our country, oh see, my God, as if he is giving from his pocket things. Modi thinks that he's giving from his pocket. I think that's utter nonsense. You can't spend this money when it's required, and there's no purpose of this money, and there is no purpose of yourself to be in government. We cannot understand problem of people. This is really very astonishing that our ministers, our prime minister are heartless, conscienceless. They don't treat they treat people according to their status, not according to requirements. This is very bad. They don't respect God, in fact. This means that these people don't respect God. They respect those who have money. You are waving off money or waving, or you may say writing or whatever you call it. The same thing means this all term use of abuse of term, which term you use. You are helping riches. You are not helping those who really deserve help. So you are not good human, you can say, and I can say humanity is better in other countries than in our country. We are not human beings. We are the class of people which differentiate based on color, based on dress, based on hairstyle, or based on something else. We are that class of people. We are not, sincere people. In fact, if I what I say, you understand that. Therefore, this virus is teacher for everybody. It's actually trying to teach you how to live, and I can just pinpoint here very good that there is no Krishna or Ram nowadays to come in that form they used to come before. He used to come in your Mahabharata time, also in Ramayana time, by method of reincarnation to some body. Now this is reincarnation through such type of virus. I think it's same, and I feel when there's a big blow of wind, suddenly suddenly it comes for 15 minutes, 10 minutes, and it is at a speed of 100 kilometer or 120 kilometer or 140 kilometer, where it can even root out your trees, and you can break your window glassing. This is not actually wind pressure. This is that force which is working around. You think that way. Suddenly it comes. This wind is not tornado, it's not cyclone. It suddenly comes for 10 or 5 or 10 minutes, and everything is unstable. Trees are dancing, and you are say, oh, it's happened. You close your door or window, it will break. Just in 10 minutes, 5 minutes. And that's what I'm saying. These armed forces, virus forces are in motion there. Maybe they are passing through because they are souls. These are traveling, and this creates such kind of pressure because of these are energies. This is my contemplation. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think suddenly something happens momentarily. It's not natural. It's power of nature that roams about, say what to do and not to do. And it has moved around world. It's taken its forces around world, all over the world. Its forces are everywhere. It's taken position to attack what? To attack human. So we are thinking it's gone. No, it is not gone. It is not yet started. We have to be clear. Time should tell you. It shall tell you that it is not even started yet. It's going to start. So do not worry about this. Let it do its work, and you do your work. Threat, scaring, getting nervous got no meaning. When you cannot handle your attacker, your enemy, you cannot know this enemy. If you can attack, what he can't even attack because you don't know. Yes, medical science is one thing. That's for your biology. But prevention is that you have to prevent yourself, and that is what I told you. Please do those points. Don't don't accept luxurious items. No, because government will think of money only, taxes only. Now there was no need of opening whiskey bottle, this wine shops, whiskey shops. You think this is logical? This is not logical, but they did it because they want taxes. Okay, it's their choice, but purchasers are whose? I saw many cars. I walked sometime, saw there's one shop. I was surprised to see a queue of cars. Cars are not laborers, they are not workers, they are all middle class people. They are so thirsty, so hungry. For 1 month, they didn't take this, 1.5 months. So they could not digest. Oh, we want this. You are not interested in food. You are not interested in some desserts. You are interested in whiskey. I don't know what name is that. I never used to that. But I should say hot, hard drinks. This is soft drink, so it's hard water you're drinking and thinking is helping you, and when you are wrong, you are in the wrong world. So that was explanation of COVID, SARS-2, COVID-19, and also spike, which is very current situation. Maybe you people not get clear idea of that. I'm also not clear about that, but it's happening. So many repetitions, so many mutations still happening. So we can't understand. We can only understand superficially. Only those who are experts, they know everything well. So please avoid, tell as much as to all people whatever precautions can be taken. Nobody shall come to you and tell you what to do, what not to do. You have to decide yourself. Care of eye is very important at this moment. In addition, care of nose and mouth and ears. Ear is also a root for this, so you have to cover ear also when you go. You have to cover your mouth, nose, and use glasses for your eyes. That's all I can say. Big glass size, not small size. Which at least, if by chance this virus comes to your eyes, it should not enter your eyes. It can enter probably on somewhere else, or it stays somewhere else, maybe on your skin, and then it dries out after some time. So that's the only way to have protective measures. Otherwise, otherwise, I think virus shall not stop working. It has come for some tenure. It will work, and according to my understanding, this is very long tenure, not tenure of months or years, but decades. This is going to work. So we have to use. We have to think of that, and I know economy is one very important sector of life. But economy means you are there, then economy is there. If you are not there, your purpose of economy is over. Science is moving very fast. It's indeed true. Technology is moving very fast. That's also true. But shall technology save you? Question is that. Shall science save you? That's also a question. If you are impacted, no one can save you. Yes, it can hold you for some time, but it cannot save you. If say your mind is impacted, your body is impacted by SARS-2, COVID-19, respiratory system. It can attack anytime. That's also a point. Means even I am safe today doesn't mean I'm safe. It doesn't mean that. It can affect me anytime. That's what an understanding is required. Precautionary measures were taken, must take be taken. Problems with for those having kids, children, you have to train them, teach them, use cycle, walk. At least they start so that students got no problem. They go to schools using cycle. What's problem? They go early morning. All schools open early morning. Though it's closed now, but they have to open Monday. How long can you teach them through Zoom? Cannot teach for it cost. And it's not that clear. It's for students at least. For mature or professionals, okay, but means you have to adjust. Forget your cars. Forget your personal vehicles. Use them. but limited, essential use only, not common status use. Cars do not mean status you have, just like houses you have do not mean status. This is everybody is having these days. It's not essential that it is essential. It's essential when it is required, not always. So this was about general knowledge of what's happening around. And also today I saw one news. It's very surprising. Obama and Trump, they are blaming each other on many issues. It's election year. So this has to happen. Obama had some health system. They provided some health management system for its citizens, which this gentleman, this scientist, Trump, Corona President Trump, he destroyed all that. So if this friction, this personality clash works at that level, and still he is resistant for what he says. Oh yes, what I say is right. And when somebody says what I say is right, that person is closed mind. That person has no vent in mind. That person cannot think. That person cannot logically decide. So is that, you know. And still, yes, UK guy, Thompson, Johnson, still in his own way. Oh no, I don't want to have negotiation. I want to get off of you. I would say is normal people. Previously, I used to think they are very brilliant. They are intellectuals, but that was my thought, not based on reality, was based on fiction, based on the minds. Oh, English people so intelligent, Americans so intelligent. But time is proving that they are on lower profile than what we are. We are better thinker, we are intellectual class, but they are not courageous one to come down and speak. We are suppressed in our own self, not by our intelligence brilliance, but our inferiority complex. We are down, and I think one should be open, and particularly those in field of engineering, they should be truly open because engineering doesn't depend upon what you falsely create. It depends on facts. It doesn't depend on defections. Defections no value in engineering. Facts and clear conception is value in engineering. If in mechanical engineering small part is defective, even in 1/10 of a millimeter, it shall not fit in, it shall not work. So to that accuracy you have to go in engineering, and same thing in our civil engineering. So much so is available in calculations. You have to do a lot on them and then think and decide. So that's what I'm saying. We are in a different world. This world must be used. So everybody should do its duty. Of course, jobs are not available now. I know this, and jobs will be available only when market is open. But problem is, you may get job, but you may not do job. That's another problem. And also here in our country, because we have abused our technical people, these are skilled technical workers. We have abused them. They have lost confidence in public as well as in government. In public to some extent and to full extent in government, that they require care, they were not given care. So even if they want to come back, probably they may not come back because they don't trust this government. They don't trust this government, and until this government is in office, maybe they don't come back because respect is more important than your money. They have no shortage of food at their home. Many of them, I think 90% of them, come from farming field, and they can grow crop, use for them, eat, keep them with them and eat. So we need a diplomatic government. You need a government that can talk to them. This government is hopeless, and they forgot that this working community, skilled working community is about 50%, including their families. So you have dislocated them. You have caused mistrust with half of public of this country. So certainly you will face consequences. And these people, if don't come in field, they don't work, then forget your GDP and forget your development, because without human factors, your industries, your factories, your mining, your production, and we accept agriculture all remain in void. No manufacturing, no mining, no construction, no industries, no factory, no business, because if there's no production, there's no business. So your commerce will be down, your shops will be down, small and medium sectors will be down. You have to do a lot to bring all into one forum. You did nothing for 7 years, 6 years. How can we expect you to do now? It depends. Time will tell you to move how it goes on. And we should not say anything at this point except that we have to improve ourselves. And if we can improve, it's fine. Otherwise, we have to face consequences. Even Europe is worried, the whole 27 countries, EU countries, and non-EU countries all are worried about economy. But they do not think a lot. They think a lot but decide immediately. Just like they decided, do not buy anything new. You repair it. This is now general policy of EU, European Union. They are forcing people and forcing organizations and companies and factories do not manufacture some equipment, electronic equipment, just for 2 years or 3 years. Use them in a way, use such spare parts which, if repaired, can work up to 10 years, 15 years. We don't want replacement, we want repair. This is phenomenon, this is philosophy. Policy is now going to generate in EU. And once it is generated in EU, it will spread all over the world. They don't want to afford pollution anymore, because they say you are having 2 years, 3 years, you can throw away your mobile, throw away something else, your TV, throw away something else, and you want to buy another one. And this we cannot recycle. We don't. So this goes on dumping on sea beaches or on somewhere else, and this is causing problem of nations. So they are intelligent, they can do that. But we don't think that when we are no thinkers as such. We can not think in a way, logical way, in a way that's productive and that's environment pro. So there's a difference, means approach difference. There's a difference that those are technical societies. Those societies are those which work by themselves. They don't depend on you know other people. So they have a little different approach. And our approach is like aristocrat. Everybody is aristocrat. You're factory on, or sit down all day, count money. You are shop, you sit down, count money, let your worker work, and you sit down, just count money. Different we are. So it's our culture what to do. Now, this was regarding, sorry, I'll move to management, construction management, project management, and general management, all, because now management is different. It's not just result oriented management. It's not that. It's not actually result oriented management now. It's directive management. Management that needs your skill. Management that needs your attention. Management that needs your constant approach. Management that needs surveillance. Management that needs you, not your machine, you, because you are also a machine. So that can come only when you are committed. If you are committed, you are dedicated, you give something. If you are not committed, you are just interested to get money by hook or by crook, by trial and by error. That is a defective management. Management doesn't mean man, it means everything. It's manner. I say it's not man. Manner management. Management. If I cannot think of how to improve my work, if I say no, let it go as it is. If you do that practice, let it go as it is. You can never think of anything. You can never think of improvement. You never think of what you should do to infill better quality, better value for that product. You cannot think that because your destiny is only as it is. You just want to deliver something without improvement, and that is which is against. That's what's against production quality. Quality requires do best every time, best and better than best, and then better than best, and then better than best. You go to study Sigma 6, or if you refer to ISO 9001, 2050, or whatever else you think is best for you, you will find same approach everywhere. But it depends upon what is your discipline, what is your field in which you are working. Means we have to think differently to save nature. Just like we say, don't print it. Usually you find this information on every mail you get, until and unless it's urgent. It's not. You can't go without that. Don't print out. You say, this is what means you have to think something. Use material in optimum way, quality material, quality procedures. It's not simply method. It means this product which you are using or you are delivering should be best one, should serve in a way you have specified, in a way you have designed. It should serve that product should serve in that way up to that period. You can say during that period you devised it 10 years, 5 years, whatever duration. It should be in coherence, it should be in agreement with other parts of machine into which you are going to fix it. So your approach should be completely different. And that's what I say. But I don't believe actually what is written on books. For example, Sigma 6, there's Sigma 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like that. In Sigma 6, it says that there should be 3.5 errors in 1 million production. If you produce 1 million parts of something, not more than 3.5 part be defective. But this is something which you cannot practically do. 3 parts or 4 parts in 1 million parts only accepted as. Yes, it's automatic, I know. It's automatic production, CAD production, CAM production, you can say. It may happen when it's in mechanical world, it can happen. Just devise something and put in automatic, usually go on producing that one. Provided material is good and your machine is good that's producing this. So there can be chances, but I think it's a myth as well. We construct building, we construct other structures. So how, first of all, to ensure how many millions items you have? This is not that. Count a million items. It's another question mark. Yes, when you are delivering some product, you can say, I have delivered so many products. That's okay, you can find it. But in construction world, in this, on-site manufacture world, you cannot count that way. That's, even if you count, that's just, it's just, myth. You count. In construction, what do you use? We use aggregates. Aggregate means this stone, small particles. And we use dust or sand. We use water. We use cement or other products. We use steel bars or structural steel, structural steel. So how to count? Can you count each part of that aggregate, each piece of aggregate? How can you count that? You may say accept by volume only. So that's not actual one. You say, okay, I have so many cubic meter of this aggregate. So in one cubic feet or cubic meter, this is quantity. You assume that. Same thing you can assume sand, and how to count water. Of course, then you say, okay, steel, so many bars are there, so many bends are there, so many hooks are there. So you can count. That's also approximate. This means that that theory or that experience-based empirical formula is not worth for your work. So you then forget that, do your way, which is says practical management, where such counting is not permissible or no use. But you have a system, you have a device, a system, you follow that system. And what we do in our work in construction, so it's not a practice in this country, but a general practice in world over. Whatever I do, it's a standard item even. But what I am going to do as an engineer or as a manager of the company, what I'm going to do, I have to first write that. I have to decide that this is our step 1, step 2, step 3, like that. And that should be logically based, not because you like it. No, it should be based on your documentations, whatever a contract says, what a specification says, and whatever your approach says, what way you want to get this done, what's time for this, what hours going to serve, all this you have to analyze. And that is written in form of a statement, that's called method statement. Every activity is different, every work is different, so your writing should be different. Different in a way, not because you want it different, because it's required. You can do one work in 10 different ways, nobody stops you. To an extent, it meets requirements, specifications, codes, etc. You can do that. But you will do that in the best way when you think it's good for you. That it should not take much time, it should be controlled well, and people should do it conveniently. That approach should adopt. It doesn't mean this method I'm writing another method for that, which is best for you, which you can justify this best one, or this is less time consuming, or it gives better quality than demanded. That's why it's good. You use it. But with consent of both. You are prosecuting this item, you are a constructor. Other party who's supervising this, that is not constructor but super constructor, who is approving your item, that person must have a satisfaction of compliance. Both must agree on that procedure, that method, statement, and then follow it. And this is not for one item, this is for all item. All item in construction, we do that, as well as we do for total project. That's called how to execute this project, and that we call execution method statement. So this is what is required in system, quality system. It's not part of quality control, it's called total control. That's what we call total quality management. Quality, that should be total, that should be just a part of total. No, it should be total. It should be documentary quality, it could be work quality, it could be testing quality, it could be personal quality, or whatever is there. It should start from one day and to how many days are there in that duration. That time you have to deal with this. You have to prepare this. And preparation is not easy. You need complete documentation of whatever you are going to purchase. Only then you can say, I have to buy this so much and this so much at this time. You have to schedule out program for that, and what time it takes for delivery, production. You have to do that, and sometimes you may even need long lead items. Long lead means when it takes so much time in its production, manufacturing, which is more than project duration. Means you can't buy that item within product life, project life. So you have to think different way. Being an engineer or a person who devises content, how to manage this. My project says one for 1 year, and I need an item to buy which is manufactured only in 1.5 years. So you cannot depend on it, or either you depend on that item or you manage yourself differently. That's the only way. This just I'm giving an example. We are talking of management, and this is management for everything. This way you don't manage by doing your own. Your project is big, and you cannot depend on yourself to buy everything and do yourself. If you can do that, that's very good. Do yourself, take responsibility. But nobody wants to take headache. There's not even a single person I have seen who wants to do himself. Nobody wants to take headache. Even you have money, your time, you can't go leave it, give to some contract. So end is contract. End of your struggle, which not even started, you have decided, forget struggle, contract. Talk of contract. And when that stage comes, because you don't have resources, you don't have system, you have no management for that, so you will like to just keep yourself there and to staff with you. In that case, they say, take this away from me. Take this away from me, do it for me, and that do it for me, that is going to create a relation between you and person who says, do it, I do for you. These two persons enter into a contract document because I am unable to do my job due to whatever reasons, and you do for me. So you are going to do for me physically, and I have documentation of this, and I have money for this I can give you. So you give your rate and tender it. This generally this only happens every year. They issue tenders, people buy it, and then quote this or a price. So same thing applies to us. We are not able to do. You say, okay, I can't do myself. I have no resources, no infrastructure. So you are in government. You will like to keep away who is going to be trapped for inquiries later on this and that. So people run away from this. Otherwise, we have plenty of people in government. If they want to do something, they can do. There are plenty of people in our system. If they want to do something, they can do. But experience and policy have put us in different mode. So contract becomes very important when you deal with work. It's very leading point, dictating point, which requires a thorough understanding of contracts, which is, though we say contract, we don't understand that. And if you don't understand minimum part of that, least part of that, you cannot understand anything. For example, you want to buy something or use something on service, you pay to that service provider. That service provider provides a service to you, and you pay for that. You pay to the service provider something, and there's a signature page for both of you where you sign and that sign, and that contains certain conditions on front page or back page, and you are bound with that conditions. Those conditions you generally never read and you sign. So it doesn't kill you, but it can. The purpose only of those companies is to get rid of this problem. And when it goes to that stage where you get rid of this problem, when you just want to supervise, you just want to administer and pay, whatever a contractor deserves, and you just invite quotations and go for tenders. This happens. So this is what I'm talking about in this talk. Generally, I, I started this. I think 3 or 4 talks I've done about international system of contracting system. I mean to say guideline system, not mandated system. That system is known in generally for us. For engineering, we use that in our profession, and that's called FIDIC, form of contracts, Federal International. That's engineers, you can say, what you call it. I'll tell you full form in that language, which is Federation International des Engineers Councils. So that in English is International Federation of Consulting Engineers. So original name is Federation International des Engineers Councils, English International Federation of Consulting Engineers, and then in other languages internationally, Waringlyong Varatandar Ingenieur and Federation International Engineers Consultants. That's what the document is all about. This this document, this institutions, this body is 90 years old, and their their objective is to standardize forms, contract forms, to benefit those who are involved with contracts, international contracts and national contracts. And it's up to people to use this. It's not mandatory they have to use that, but this gives you direction how best you can move with contract for small project or for big project both. And there are various types of forms in this. This we are talking now, and we are going to talk is called red book. Then there is yellow book. There is other book. So many books are there, which depend on which type of contract is there. If it's building, it's civil, it's all red book, and then there's some other system that's you can say other names. So this is what I'm going to say is a part of ISO 9001 2015, a kind of that which is accepted under that management, that this contract can suit your quality management, because this system itself is quality based. This is format of red book, which is a contract document format that explains what should be contract, how it should be, how we enter into this. All these are there, and there's a pre explanation of that. We told you last time that is a document of 2019, which is based on you know precautionary measures that we take, or principles of this kind of management in contracts. Principal management, there was some GP1 to GP5, different kinds of requirement, different kinds of quality systems that when we design this contract document, it should be based on that. And this is general conditions, then there is particular conditions and many other points, and these are there. This general document is general conditions we're studying, and we have to reach some goal. Before that, I try to explain means we should understand what is engineer and what is contractor. That's very important. Before going to further study of that, when I study, I read that means that is their English, and what is my English and what's your English. English is the same, but we use in different tuning, different style, different kind of grammatical arrangement and translation. What European do, or what English do. So we cannot be on the same line as far as the structure of language is concerned. But use of form is more important than what I know, what you know. We express each other of what's happening, what we should be, how we should care of that. That is there. But if you see that how we should use that according to our requirement, that is significant. We use this form not according what European thinks or what English thinks or what these people think who design this form, but what we think, what can we do on that? That's more important. For example, just I say what is contractor, what is engineer, what is employer. These are very important points. We say, but we don't understand. We understand in different way. We understand in the way of slavery. Oh, this is contractor. This is employer. Oh, this is an engineer. This is contractor. You say like that. Take away that. That's wrong. I don't accept this. Contractor means what? Slave. You are what? Your owner, your master. There is only simple relation between two. This is one and this is two. One wants something to be done by two. Two wants exchange of money in relation to that, and we do together. That's the contract. Neither is slave nor is master. I am paying you. You do this work for me, and you are doing work for me. This work is good or bad, I have to decide. But we are there on same platform. Neither you are here nor I am there. We are here in same line. I am doing something for you. You are paying me. That's it. This point we cannot understand. We cannot understand when you go to buy a shop some milk or some other. That's also a kind of I paid something and got this. And that item which I got is guaranteed of whatever is written is valid for 1 day, it's valid for 2 days, it's this valid by good for this day. That's also a kind of contract. If by that time this spoils, I can't use it. I didn't like to use it in there, and if before that expiry date it spoils, I can go to that shopkeeper. Look, I used it and it spoiled, so that shopkeeper shall take care of that. And that's what contract is. Simple, so simple. But our engineers, our professors, our doctors, they do not understand. This is one point. If I booked a railway ticket, yes, this ticket itself is a contract. Well, I have this. It's start of journey time, it's end of journey time. This duration, this contract applies. Simple. After you throw that, you tear the page, doesn't matter. But during journey, they check this. It's a binding between passenger and railway. Passenger is party 1, railway is party 2. Railway is service provider, passenger is not service provider, passenger is employer. Passenger employs your seat of train to use it for this journey. So in fact, passenger is leader also, passenger is friends also. This point you have to understand very clearly. Because if you don't understand this, you will miss so many designations that you will inside that. And moreover, contract, which I am talking Red Book contract, this is construction contract. Construction contract in sense that you are given some documents, some drawings, some specifications, some details. You follow them. You buy material. You bring labor or workers, and you buy whatever is required to be done for that item. This is your duty. I will check that, I'll examine that being used honor, or I'll provide some engineer there on my behalf to supervise this work activities. So this contract is powerful in that case because you have to buy material, you do everything for that, you will get some standard item or something for change for buying that and then using it. You cannot use just because you want to use it. You use it only when that honor allows to use this. And for support of honor, there is the engineer. Engineer there, when you say engineer is there, engineer is designation there, not as a party in that contract, but as a supporter, as a qualifier, as an expert, but independent of both. Independent of both in a way, independent of honor as employer and independent of contractor. So there are triangular party, there's a triangular arrangement, but only two parties are responsible on that contract. One party is expert, independent, nothing to do with employer and nothing to do with contractor. Neutral one, though it's paid by employer, it doesn't matter. Similarly, contract is paid by employer, it doesn't matter. You have to pay because this work is done for you. You are not doing any specific obligation onto either engineer or contractor. Engineer has another contract with him, whether engineer is in employment with employer, or engineer has a contract supervisor or management contract with the employer. So that is where we deal with their contractor, we deal with their employer, we deal with this engineer, we deal with the many other people on that contract as suppliers, or you can say whoever comes there. So this we have to understand what is contract we're talking of. And this contract, whatever you do between this contracting party and this employer party, both should be done according to ambit, according to mandate of contract act of a country or contract act of whatever country. It's not only here, whatever thought world. If you don't, if you don't, you know, provide clauses in line to this in contract act, that part of clause or that part of whatever contract, there may be many other clauses. If something is not in line to that, or in line to whatever law of a country which you are accepted to apply with, that part of contract shall be void, because it is not in line to requirement of national law of whatever country. So contract is not simply writing. You cannot simply say because I have written it, my interest on this interest. Question is not interest here. Question is logical sense. If you write something which is not permissible, for example, you say, oh, I write some condition. You say, hey guy, you kill this man, I give this much. You can contract that, you cannot contract that. Or something is banned, you cannot write that. You can say, see, this building is not mine. You take from me and I give it a much. That's not eligible. That's not acceptable. What means illegality is not acceptable, which is against public policy is not acceptable. You cannot do something which is not acceptable. This is void. So only that part is void. That part is valid, which pass tests of policies, tests of systems, tests of laws. That point we have to understand. You cannot simply write whatever you want to write and agree with. You can write only those conditions, you can agree on those conditions which come onto that project, which you are doing with. Project you are going to construct and deliver. That party employer wants that one to be done by you. So you should be limited to that one, not exceed that one. And also there's another part in that. As we said, there's a dispute between these two, employer and contractor. They start disputing on something that is unresolved. Engineer tries that, cannot resolve it. Then there's a dispute resolution board or body which cannot resolve it. In that case, it goes to arbitration. There's a clause like that in that. But that clause, even if it is in the same contract, this is not that contract clause. You have to understand this point also. In your agreement, you are written, this is my dispute resolution mechanism. You have written that. Okay, fine, you have written. You have a sequence numbers also there. Even then, that part of contract does not mean that it's a part of this contract. This is a separate contract, even though it's embedded in your contract physically, sequentially, but it does not constitute that part of contract. Arbitration is different law. It's not Indian Contract Act, it is Indian Arbitration Act 1996. That is national and international arbitration. So despite being a part of your contract, it's separate contract. Even if your work is suspended, your project is cancelled, but that part will not cancel. that posterior, because of suspension or cancellation of your contract, there are liabilities between these two parties, which are either contractor has to be liable or employer has to be liable. Those liabilities will be taken care of by this arbitration. That's why it's separate. There is different understanding of contract. Each and every point of contract should be clear. Despite being clear, its implication should be clear. Its adverse or good effect should be clear. Language is one thing, interpretation is another thing. Language is not in test. Shall or will or this, that is not testable. Effect is testable. How does it act on this project? That is testable. So you show shall, you did not write are, that is language. Language is no problem as far as it conveys clear meaning, because not necessarily the context should be in English. In Arab world, contexts are in Arabic. What to do then? In French, there may be French language contract, because English is not mandatory everywhere. Yes, in English world where there's English use, it is number one. But French is also there. Spanish is also there. There may be other languages too. It doesn't matter. You have to write only this original languages there. That's it. So that will be authentic one, other will be translated one. If I say no, in this contract, English is medium of language. So whatever is written in English is called permanent or original, and whatever other languages, that is translated one. Translated one you can use, but authenticity comes from English language. Whatever English language says, that will be considered valid. If there is a discrepancy in translation, translation shall not value. This is much more important. Then you can also say arbitration is separate contract. Which law applies? And if you want to apply Indian law, you can apply it in Indian law. Not necessary. I don't know. I don't believe in Indian law. I want to apply English law. No, English and Indian law are not much different. Or I want to apply Saudi Arab law. You have liberty of that. Okay, we will go there and do this arbitration. There are so many complexities, because generally people don't trust our system around the world. They don't trust our system. They know this system is not real system. This is delaying system. There are so many complexities in system. Yes, that's true. That is true. But in arbitration, code is not valued. That's also true. Code is not valued directly. Arbitration itself is equivalent to code. Award of arbitration is equal to code award. So here you can say whatever drawback lies, whatever demerit lies on code goes, because code is not involved directly, except for some cases, some consideration. Because Arbitration Act is, I did not study for many months. I studied it a couple of years back. But basic is same. That's why design of contract, its language, its composition requires technical understanding of project. It's not legal. We have to write like a lawyer, or we have to like something. Yes, it should be legally acceptable. That is only reason that FIDIC, in beginning, if you see their standards, the very complex English used in old, they thought that this is not going to work, because only English, difficult English can be understood by difficult people. There's English people, or our Bharat, that's where English is used. But other countries, Europe for example, America for example, and many other parts, Far East, Japan, China, those people don't care for English. So what they did, they tried to define it in a different mode. Language they are using now is much easier than they used before, because they wanted to survive. If they say no, we will use this, world will say thank you very much, bye bye, we don't need yours. But they have to survive. So they try to fulfill, they try to readjust and adjust and readjust on their formats. And that's a good one. If you want to be movable with people, If you want to live in this world, you want to be in touch with people, if you need people to come to you, then you have to simplify your work so that everybody can understand. Sometimes it's not necessary that you should be an advocate to understand this language, not necessary, no need. You should be a luminary of law, no need, because this is contract, which is common sense based. You should know what you are going to do, and that should be reflected in your contract, and that's it. Then you know what is right, what is wrong. You know how long this project will work, what sort of problems, you know that, and that should be reflected in contract. What is solution of problems, that should be reflected in contracts. So what else? Why don't expect you should have contract for every sentence you want to open a dictionary to see meaning of word? No, it's not required. Common words should move there. Common words used in profession, used in trade, even filthy words some people use, which is in this issue, which is not decent, but do people do that? You cannot help everybody, and you cannot stay everywhere at night or in daytime. You have to move here and there. That's what purpose of this. I explain this because you have to be clear in mind what we are discussing. It's not my language that I'm telling you. It's understandable language, simple language, legal language. Not like a kid, like a mature person, like a professional. It should be. And it is being devised as such. That you should not object on everything. Oh, this is not meaning of this. This is there in construction. Practical meanings are adjusting. We used to take services of lawyers long back. My manager said, "Well, see, I had this advocate of our company, legal representative of our country. He has just suggested something in this comments on this tender document. Can you see what he's doing, what he has submitted? Is South work?" And I just saw 80% of that comments were, here should be comma, here should be full stop, here should be question mark, here should be this and that. 80% of those comments were just punchable or structure of language. There was no important comment which goes against contract or against interest of contracting party or in favor of employer. There's no such comment. There's no such comment which gives me a meaning that this will affect duration of time. Nothing as such. So our guy said, if I accept what he says, then certainly we will not get this contract. Of course, he talked, he sent some of that to that employer party. So what employer said, do you want to employ a lawyer for this comment? I don't understand. Shall we keep a lawyer for that? Well, this means that work we would have lost. Because these people do not have any interest in English. This is not English class. Okay, there should be comma, fine, there should be comma. Why should I keep a comma? Are you understanding what I'm writing? You know what meaning this clause says. Put comma or put this or put that. This is childish. This is not learning class. You are experienced contractor. You know what is required to be done. I am experienced employer. I know what you have to do and what I have to do. I know what I have to do. I have to make you payment in time. I have to give approval to items to submit to me. And I know what I have to do. This comma shall not teach me what I have to do. And same thing, you know what you have to do. You have to bring material. You have to get approval of that. You get approval of drawings and all the ways of procedure. You have to comply with all conditions of contract. That's required. So why do you want to confuse everything with this comma and diagram? Be clear, be expressive, and that's the reason we express everything in beginning of any contract. We do not just complicate this. We write this is definition, this is definition part, this is definition, this is definition. Particularly in general conditions, we write that. There are general conditions, there are particular conditions. And there are different names of conditions. There's a project specifications like that they say. But this is conditions, general condition and particular conditions. General condition is one part, which is, you can say, major part of this. This applies to all types of the contract. But there may be some change. You don't want to accept that. There's a general condition which you are not happy with. Okay, I want this, I want something else in position. So you can amend that in particular condition. You will say, okay, this condition shall not apply as it is, but it shall be applied in this amended form or modified form. That is so simple. Simply that your work does not meet a requirement, you want different type, okay, you do that. So this may be technical question, there may be manager related question, or this may be finance related question. Whatever question is, you can deal with that. This is so simple. Or it's very complicated otherwise. So understanding of contract system is very important for even senior engineers. It's not for building engineers, I'm saying senior engineers, engineers, those who have 30, 40, 50 years experience, sometimes they are also not clear about that. That's not acceptable situation. It's a part of engineering. Without this, you cannot move. If you want to move without this, you will collapse. This is very important. Like it's computer is important in engineering, contract is also important in engineering. Because I know many people come to me. Sometimes we talk, they can't, despite being very well educated, they can't answer to improvising of a question system. That is where danger lies. If you don't know impacts of these clauses, certainly you will lose. And losing is not my destination. Delivery of work is destination. As a contractor I am, my destination is I should deliver my scope of work to that person within time agreed and take my money and discharge. That is my destination. So that I say contract is performed. Or if I had to lose this contract, delay this, then I should not care about this contract. Even if this party one cries, I say until my manager don't say do this service not service. This happened. This is bad. Respect contract for work, for resources. That's what's required. That's so simple. We'll now continue on to talk that we stopped last time about definitions. I was moving in. I am taking a little more time on this clauses because this should be clear to every person working in engineering or later they work in engineering. It's for me same. So I will go to that now. Let me see who is my friend there. Mr. Mr. KGM Kathiawut. Welcome. Good morning, Mr. Mohammed. Mr. Mohammed, good morning. Mohammed Jainuddin, who's this? Mr. Mohammed Jainuddin John. Okay, who is there? I think there was a colleague of me, Mr. Mohammed Jainuddin, is the same one. I don't know, it's from Bangladesh or from somewhere, I am not sure. I was in Iraq and there's a Mohammed Jainuddin. No, it's not that, I think. Okay, no problem. So I say I should close this file and let us open this file. And this is general contracting file, conditions of contract for construction. I showed to you last time also. If you want to see it now, I can show you cover. If the fields required, whereas there's no requirement. Even then, no problem. I'm not costing anything for that. Was this, I would say. Let me see where this file is so that at least you know what I'm talking of. Okay, let us see. Is this file? Which one is open by mistake? FIDIC construction business. Yeah, it's this one. So this file I'm showing to you. This is cover page of this. Maybe you know yet because it's for all. So it doesn't matter if you see it again. Conditions of contract for construction. Red book it is. Red name is name, not cover. His name is red. and then go further. I'll show these times, this in graphics indicators of time. Yes, there's this one sequences are there for time like this. Time sequence for various types of contract milestones or contract activities. Then there's another one here. It's also for different type of times. You can see that you can download the files available there. Go to URL and find this FIDIC connection to script.com, SCRIBD script.com. That's there. You can download the files. And then there's another one. Yes, another one here. This one. Just another page. Click internal page. Now same page now it's the index here. It's index contents. There are 22 here. 21 clauses. So like that. I close it now. We'll see later on. Take some water. I'm going to talk about these conditions now. I already talked about definitions, but definitions are not all over. And before going further, the definitions are very important. Definition like what is contract, what is India, all that. Just to explain before jumping into something else. That's a very important point. So this was contract page. Now I'm moving on down to what happened. Uh, something should move here. So this is times. This wrong. Come on down. Don't press. I do a lot. Okay, and let's see your pages. So this for buildings and engineering works designed by employer. This is title of this book says that FIDIC conditions of contract for construction, and this is written as form of letters of tender, letters of acceptance, contract agreement and dispute adjudication avoidance agreement. This is what with title it is given, and on that is given guidance for preparation of particular conditions and annexes forms of securities. So this is FIDIC conditions contract, which is itself is having form of letter of tender, letter of acceptance, contract, etc. So for building and engineering works designed by employer, this is title and this is designed by employer, not by contractors. these conditions of red book apply, and this is called general conditions in this page now. And again, title is there, got an organization which you're not interested in this moment. Then conditions are there, as I said last time. This is number one, part one, you can say class one, that is general provisions. Part two is employer. Part three is engineer. So general, then employer, and then engineer, and then it is contractor four contractor, five is subcontracting, six is staff and labor, seven is plant, materials and workmanship, then eight is commencement, delays and suspension, nine is tests on completion, and 10 is employer taking over. 11 is defects after taking over, and measurement and valuation, that's 12, and 13 is variation and adjustments, and 14 is contract price and payment, 15 is termination by employer, 16 is suspension and termination of contractor, then 17 is care of works and indemnities, then exceptional events, of that is 19 insurance, and 20 is employer and contractors claim, employers and contractor claim, and then 21 is disputes and arbitration, that is disputes and arbitration in 21, and that is all detailed there, that is constitution of DAB, failure to appoint DAB, then avoidance of disputes, then obtaining DAB decisions, amicable solution settlements, and then arbitrations, and failure to comply with that. Now we will further this appendix, and then you come to general conditions, in which we accepted last time general provisions 1, clause 1, that is moving, that was moving, and we talked of accepted contract amount, that's 111. We talked of 112, that's advance payment certificate. We talked of 113, that's advance payment guarantee. Then we talked of 114, that's base date, and we talked of 115, that's bill of quantities, and 116 claims, and 117 commencement date, 118 compliance verification system, 119 conditions of contract or these conditions, 1110 is contract, 1111 is contract agreement, 1112 is contract date, 113 is contract price, 1114 is contractual, 1115 is contract documents, 1116 is contracts equipment, 1117 is contracts paid personnel, and 1118 is contractors representative, 119 is cost, 112 is cost plus profit, and 1124 is country, 1122 is DAB, the disputes advisors and execution board, and then 1122 is DAB, 1123 is DAB agreement, 1124 is date of completion, 1125 is day day means, and it means a calendar year. Sorry, I got to see from distance. 126 day work schedule, 1127 defects notification period, and 1120 is delay damages, and then 1129 is dispute, and then 1130 is drawings, 1131 employers, and 1130 employers equipment, and 1130 employers personnel. Now I had gone through all these up to here. There are many more further, but we'll see what further are. It's better. So further is employer supplied material, 1135 is engineer, 1135 engineer, 1136 engineers representative, 1137 exceptional events, 1138 extension of time or EOT, and then 1130 is FIDIC, then 1140 is final payment certificate, 141 is final statement, 1142 is for foreign currency, 1143 general currency, general conditions, and 1144 is goods, 1135 is. Then we go further, we'll find 1140 is foreign currency, 140 general conditions, 1140 for goods, 1145 interim payment certificate, 1146 is JV undertaking, and 1148 key personnel, 1149 laws, 1180 letter of acceptance, 1151 letter of tender, 1152 is local currency, 1153 is materials, then 1154 is month, 1155 is no objection, 1156 is notice, and 1157 is notice for dissatisfaction, and 1158 is part, 1159 is particular condition, 1160 is party, and 1161 is payment certificate, 1162 is performance certificate, 1160 is performance security, 1164 is permanent works, 1165 is per plant, and 1166 is program, 1167 is provisional sum, 1168 is OQM system, then 1159 is retention money, 1170 is review, 1171 is schedules, 1172 is schedule of payments, 1171 is sections, 1174 is site, 1175 is special provisions, 1176 is specifications, 1176 is statement, 1178 is subcontract. Then 1179 is taking over certificate, 1180 is temporary works, 1181 is tender, 1182 is test after completion, and 1183 is test on completion, 1184 is time for completion, 1185 is unforeseeable. Then 1184 is time for completion, 1185 is unforeseeable, 186 is variation, 1187 is works, 1188 is year. Then this is 1 2, so 1 I said, so 1 2, then 1 2 is whole. So let us finish this 1. Let's finish this. This is very important. So I was there last time up to, I think, key personal GA item. So now GV undertaking we are taken care of. Key personal. Key personal is 1148 because we had undertaken JV undertaking last time, and let us repeat JV. Then we talk of that one. Refreshing course is important. Refreshing part is important. Maybe some less clears. There's a gap. Now, JV is joint venture, which means a joint venture, association. It may be consortium or other unincorporated groups of 2 or more persons, whether in the form of a partnership or otherwise. That is called joint venture. And joint venture undertaking, that JV undertaking, means letter provided to employer as part of tender, as part of constituting contractor. Let us say that letter gives a constitution of contractor as JV, joint venture. Now this letter shall be signed by all persons who are members of UV and and whatever you do, that's called joint venture. And let us see. 1 minute. Yes, 5:30. Okay. So what it says means letter provided to employer a part of tender setting out legal undertakings between two or more persons constituting contractors as a JV joint venture. This latter shall be signed by all persons who are members of JV. This tender shall be signed by all this shall be signed this shall be signed by all. It's very important. All persons who are members of joint venture shall be addressed to employer shall be and shall include each such member's undertaking to be jointly and severally, means not individually. Say there are three joint ventures or four joint venture partners, all shall sign, all shall declare, that is jointly and severally, not separately, not individually. Liable to employer for whatever they do, for performance of contract obligations under contract. When we say what is contract doing, it's performing. Actual word is performing. We write activities, we write this, that's okay. We never write verb, and verb is perform. Contracting party has to perform its role based on whatever contract they have, what agreement they have. But very little countries have yet this. Then they have to perform. Performance is important on contract, nothing else. Each such members undertaking to be jointly and severally liable to employer for performance of contractors' obligation under contract. Identification and authorization of leader of JV. JV, JV against a joint venture. Identification and authorization of leader of joint venture. Means once one side they are going to declare that they are collectively there, they are liable collectively, severally, and they write employer that they will perform whole as one party, and identification is there, but leader is one, that's Yahan, and this. After that, identification and authorization of leaders of joint venture, identification of separate scope or part of work, etc. Work, works defining to be carried out by such member of JV. After that is key personal. Key personal means one person that holds key is called key personal. Whatever types of key. Top personal, you can say top personal hierarchy of contract organization. You may say that way because that person is personal commands to others, which means key personal means positions, if any, of contractor personnel other than contractor representative, means that are stated in specifications or in organization chart. There's a project manager, can be site agent, and can be other professionals, safety professional, quality professional, planning professional. They are all horizontally linked to site manager. And there's further organization down. Small vendors come in, they can be say small vectors. So this happens. There's nothing to be prideful. Unnecessarily saying I am this and I am that and can anything. After that is key personal law, means position of non-representatives, whoever are they, are personal and they are responsible to agent. Law, LAWS, laws means all national or state or provincial legislations, statutes, acts, decrees, rules, orders, treaties, international law, and other laws, and regulators, and by laws of any legally constituted public authority. So now letter of acceptance, law आप समझ गए होंगे. Law, as I said, there is legislation, provincial legislation, parliament legislation, statutes, acts which are passed by decrees, and rules and ordinances, orders, treaties, international law, and other whatever law apply in that area you are going to work is applicable onto that contract as well. That's what is law. Application is automatically important. Even if you use that law or use that law, requirement of that law is a must on your project, and your administrator must tell you before tender this is law, or you have to discover which laws apply to you. After that, letter of acceptance. Letter of acceptance means your tender is accepted. This means, which means letter of formal acceptance signed by employer of letter of tender, including any annexed. I'm stating, now, including, annexed memorandum means comprising agreements between and signed by both parties. I repeat, means a letter of acceptance, or LOA. Actually should be LA, this LOA, or some called LOI, means depends upon people. Actually, this letter of acceptance, and there's always confusion in this also. But this is number one document that comes to you that your tender is accepted, your bid is accepted, and further instructions are given on that. So letter of acceptance means letter of formal acceptance signed by employer of letters of tender, including any annexed memorandum comprising agreements between and signing by both parties. If there is no such letter of acceptance, expression letter of acceptance means contract agreement and date on testing. Then say, if there is no such letter of acceptance, expression letter of acceptance means contract agreement and date of issuing or receiving letter of acceptance, and that letter of acceptance signed by signing means date of signing contract agreement. Then what is letter of tender? Now let's go, because these are going in alphabetical mode. So letter of tender means letter of tender signed by contractors stating that the contractor offers to employees or execution of works. Right. So this is a previous document, but we have to come in sequence. So at that time, letter of tender, we say contractor signs that I'm going to do your job. This is my offer to employer to execute works. That's called letter of acceptance, letter of I, letter of tender. and after that is local currency, which can be whatever you have. Then my materials. What is materials? It means things of all kinds other than plant, things of all kinds other than plants, whether on site or otherwise, allocated to contract and intended to form or forming part of permanent works. Material means things of all kinds other than plant, because plant is not material, it's machine. Sorry, whether on site or off site or otherwise, allocated to contract and intended to form or forming part of payment works. Then it is, material. When we say, this means actually there are three kinds of materials you need. I'm explaining that, it's not given here clearly. There is material for permanent work, which we cannot withdraw it from site. When we bring something that is going to be paid for, that is going to work according to drawings, according to specifications, that material is called permanent materials, permanent inclusion for permanent involvement in materials. That is done on site and is, for example, concrete, steel, plaster, walling, which cannot be taken off. This moves, it stays there. When you move and fix this, it stays there forever. That is called permanent material. There is another one, that is preparatory material, which requires to use again and again for this permanent material. Now, this is, now we say preparatory material. This is material which is used to support permanent work. There may be slab is permanent, but you support a scaffolding system and ply. Similarly, for beam is the same, and you can earn, whatever is it, what is it, so that is preparatory material. Example is shuttering. Example is, standing platform, some walling, which quantity calculation is very difficult. We go to further on site and use scaffolding or use some ladders, and then take it out before work starts and keep somewhere else safe. Uh, Now, this is temporary material, scaffolding, ladder, all that, which cannot be directly brought it for discussion. This material is only to support permanent work. Temporarily, once work is done, this can be taken out. For example, ladder can be taken out, stairs can be taken out, and whatever imposition you try hitting. Oh, it's taken out. You see, in this, you understand materials, three kinds of materials I told you: permanent materials, preparatory materials, and temporary materials. If you understand these three, you can find out very quickly what is item need for soil. Means for soil, or you can say where you are using no watering, no dewatering, all materials you are doing yourself. So that's another point. Then month, what is month? Month is a calendar month according to Gregorian. Gregorian is a Gregorian, that's the English word. Gregorian calendar, which we used here, January, February, March, April, etc. So called Gregorian calendar. Then it is no objection. What is no objection? No objection means that engineer has no objection to contractors' documents or other documents submitted by contractors under these coordinators conditions, under these conditions such such contractors doc, documents or other documents may be used for works. Got it? This means no objection means engineer has no objection to contractors documents and other documents submitted by engineer or submitted by contractors under these conditions, and such conditions documents or other documents may be used for works. So this is simple. Then notice means a written communication identified as a notice and issued in accordance with subclause 1.3 notice and other communications. We'll see that. Notice of dissatisfaction, notice of dissatisfaction, dissatisfaction says NOD, notice of dissatisfaction, NOD. What is that? This means notice one party may give to other party. Sorry. Notice of dissatisfaction means notice one party may give to other party if it is dissatisfied. If it is dissatisfied either with engineer's determination under subclause 3.7, agreement or dewatering wire explained to engineers. Which means dissatisfaction means if other party has to be communicated that it's not happy with decision taken by determination taken by engineer. So let us say language of this system says NOD means notice one party may give to other party who is dissatisfied either with engineer's determination or others. Okay. Then we say languages. NOD means notice one party may give to other party which is dissatisfied either with an engineer determination under subclause 3.7 agreement or determination or with a DAPS decision under subclause 12.21.4 obtaining DAPS decision. Then part. What is part? Part means a part of works. Part of work. Part means a part of work or part of section as case may be, which is used by employer and deemed to have been taken over under subclass 10 to taking of over parts. We will discuss the latest. Then particular condition. What is that? Particular condition we talk of, yes? Particular conditions means documents entitled particular conditions of contract included in contract, which consists of part A contract data and part B special provisions. Party. What is party? Means employer or contractor. Employer and contractor. As context requires. Parties mean bring, have it, and party means employer or contractor as contract requires. Parties means both employer and contractor. Payment certificate. Payment certificate means a payment certificate issued by engineer under clause 14 contract price and policy. This is performance certificate means certificate issued by engineer or deemed to be issued under subclause 11.9 performance certificate. Then performance security. See, performance certificate and security are related. Means security order subclass 4. Okay. Performance certificate means certificate issued by engineer. These are very important terms. Try to understand. Means certificate issued by engineer or deemed to be issued under subclause performance certificate. And performance security is security under same clause. Performance security, permanent works, right, coming now, means works of a permanent nature which are to be executed by contractor under contract. Permanent works means works of permanent nature which are to be executed by contractor under these conditions of contract. And plant means apparatus, equipment, machinery or vehicle, including any component whatever, whether on site or otherwise, allocated to contract and intended to form or formal oath, formal, you know, or formal part of permanent work. So plant means apparatus, equipment, machinery, all are there. Apparatus, it can be equipment, it can be machinery, it can be or vehicle, it can be, including any any. Now we say program. Program is a very important part. For one program is something which we are talking of program like schedule. Schedule means a detailed time program prepared and submitted by contractor to which engineer has given or is deemed to have given a notice of no objection under subclause program. Program is very simply defined here though it's not that simple. Means a detailed time program prepared and submitted by contractor to which engineer has given or is deemed to have given a notice of objection which contractor means a detailed program, time program prepared and submitted by contractor to engineer has given for a deemed to be given a notice of known known expansion. You can say detailed program prepared and submitted by contractor to which engineer has given or deemed to have given notice of no objection under rest of clause. Yes. Now, before we go further, we should understand what is this program. We say program, but actually we call it schedule. It's called time schedule. Somebody call a time schedule or program. This actually there are so many kinds of programs or projects, not simply a program. You may say this is a master program or masterpiece. You can say master time program, which says you start from here and get this here and finish. There's another called level two. Then we call level three. We call level four. We call level five. And level five. They discuss all these technical units. This is a masterpiece program. It says it's just simply given one line, but there are so many issues in that. You have to provide some details. You have to provide some complete cost details, workers details, machine details, histograms and projections of future, like that. Everything should be there in that program. But that can be taken during only level one is a must before signing via starting this site. That is called level program. Stays there, but is connected. Now we go to after program. We'll discuss that program in details in coming chapters. This is let us finish ABC. Actually, this ABC we are talking. So this is provisional sum. Provisional sum. We say sometimes provide this much. We say right. Okay, provide means maybe people understand that or not understand. In statutes, we say there's a provision. Kanun, niyam. We say in this law it is provided. They say lawyer says, oh, there's a provision in this law. This means there is a vision and pro. What is it? Provision. We have a vision that provides something for that. Provision and provide. This doesn't happen, but this is there. In case of requirement of emergency, you can use this, or we can work on that basis. That is what program is more important in writing. Once we understand that, what is provision, what is provisional sum? Here says provisional sum, and he defines as this. We speak now. What is definition of that? It's a sum if required, not necessary, if required, which is specified in contract by employer as provisional sum for execution of any part of work or for supply of plant, machinery or services provided by now sum if required, which is specified in the contract provided by employer as a provisional sum for execution of any part of work or for supply of plant material and, and indemnity. Any part of work or for supply of plant material or services under that. You want some specific part of work which is not included in contract, or even if it's included, this is different item. If you need this, we will do this. If you don't need, do this. In that program, in that provisional sum is also work included, or you want to get some, that you got some, payment of freedom. This is after that, you can say QM system. QM system. What does it mean? Contractors Quality Management System. Contractors Quality Management System. And which would be updated or revised from time to time in accordance with subclause 491 Quality Management System. This is the definition of that. That is ISO 9000 of Sigma, whichever you follow is talking about that. Retention money. What is retention money? You people may be knowing that. Means accumulated retention money which employer retains under subclass application for interim payment, and that is 14.3, and pays under subclass 14.9 release of retention money. There are both points. It retains and it releases. It retains under, this money is retained under application of interim payment, and under release of refund money, it is released. There are two steps. When you pay running payment, we call it, or we call it interim payment, generally practices that every month payment is made for works done during that month, provided these are within certain limit. If that money, say you have done very little work, and there's a condition that if you do not do this amount of work, we won't pay you that month. So generally every month it is paid, and when you pay every month, you retain 10% of that. You retain 10%, right? Generally, it may vary, but 10% is very important. And you keep on retaining every month. This is for security, a kind of security that you won't run away, first of all. Even if you are not happy with this job, you may think negatively. So that is first protection. And this will keep with us 10% until our contract with you as supervisor is not over. This means retention money, retention money is accumulated retention money which employer retains under this clause of application of interim payment and releases it under release of retention money. This is simple. This is not liability, this is just a cover up. After that is review. REVIEW, review. What does it mean? Examination and consideration by engineer of a contractor's submission in order to assess whether and to what extent it complies with contract and or with contractor's obligation under or in connection with contract. Review. Whatever comes to engineer or to employer, material, drawing, or else. This is duty of engineer to review on behalf of employer at both sides. That is called review. Examination and consideration both by engineer of contractor submission. I submit something to engineer, you have to check it. That's called examination and consideration. Consider and examine, and again consider it's okay or not, in order to assess whether and or to what extent it complies with contract or provisions of contract or specifications or with contractor's obligations under connection with contract. Is to whatever you do for them officially. They will not like their officer should be here. So that's what is your review. Engineer has to review everything you submit, every document you submit, every material you submit, every sample you submit, every drawing you submit. It's duty of engineer to review whether your submission is in accordance with contract or it's not in accordance with contract. If it's in accordance with contract, it's simply going to be accepted. Or if there's some there is some review, their guys were coming back same question. It's not reliable. Then you go to schedules. We already discussed schedules. Schedules just means documents, entitled schedules prepared by employer and completed by contractor as attached to letter of tender and included in contract. Such documents may include data, lists and schedules of payments and that's schedules. Some schedules you may get or data sheet you may get with tender. That's valuable and completed by employer. I mean to say schedules prepared by employer because employer is preparing them and you have to fill in Employer prepared them, but employer seeks some information on those schedules or list. You can say it's form list. You have to fill them. You have to fill your standing on those blanks, and it is attached to letter of tender. Submission is a part of submission, and is part and included in contract. Such documents may include data sheet, data list, and or schedule of or payments for terms and conditions. And then sections. What is section? What is section? A part of work, a part of works specified in contract data is called a section if there is any. Then site. What is site? Site means places where permanent works are to be executed and to which plant and materials are to be delivered. You can say site means place where permanent works are to be executed and to which plants and materials are to be delivered, and any other place specified in contract as forming part of site. It's very complicated, but it's practical. It's not devised by anybody. So after that we go to special provisions. Site means everywhere your work is done is site simple. Even if this is not your site, work is done workshop for purpose of manufacturing or whatever application, that is site temporary. So this metal is shifted to your site. Special special provisions. Document, if any, entitled special provision which constitutes part B of particular conditions. Special provisions. And now special provisions I told you. Now with special with the easy means part B is given, then specifications, which is very important one, and this is very big one, not important one. Specifications. Document entitled specification included in contract and any additions or modifications to specifications in accordance with contract. Such document specified by works specifies works. Again I tell you specification very important one. That's a document or documents, one document or many documents, can be 10 documents, any number, and big volumes, entitled special provisions of work. This gives you detailed description of what you have to do, or statements submitted by contractors. There is a combination of various documents that are given by employer, complete technical specifications, and also Sometimes contractor can also submit its own method specifications that can be accepted. So generally we say this specification document entitled specifications included in contract. So once this becomes a part of contract, and any additions or modifications to specification in accordance with contract, such document specifies works, means specification of works, or in short you can say is KP. After that, let's go to statement. What is a statement? These definitions, if you understand well, you will not find any major problems in understanding conditions of contract. These are root, these must be clear, otherwise, every time you have to come to this statement, this specification definition, and see other definition to see, every time you like that. Only just addition of your time without any benefit. It is a statement, and that is means statement submitted by contractors as part of an application for payment certificate under application for interim payment, statement of completion, or for settlement. Statement means a statement submitted by contractors as part of an application for payment claim, payment certification under subclause application for interim payment, subclause 1410 statement at completion, or subclause final statement, or you can say performance statement in place of final statement, performance report, because it is you to define, to explain what I have done, and I have done fully. So it has got not simply statement, detailed statement should be, which rarely this you will not ask. First and you will ask. Then subcontractors. What is subcontractor? Means any person named in contract as a subcontractor, or any person appointed by contractor as a subcontractor or designer for part of works, and steps for steps for then we go to taking over certificate. Taking over certificate. Terms are coming in sequence. What is taking over certificate? This means you have to issue a certificate. Who has to issue a certificate? Question is that certificate issued for or deemed to be issued by engineer in accordance with clause 10, employers taking over. Simple. I am taking over this site from contractor. This means is that because contractor has performed his contract, this conveys that meaning, but this is in certification form, not simply writing. You have to say many, this saying covers many aspects. When you are taking over something, this is authentic something, this is authentic production, this is consistent good I am taking, and this is performance of construction, performance of works agreed in contract documents. And if there's no comment on that except punch list, you can say there's the snags, except snags, and say that we are taking over this site mechanically or practically. You know what is mechanical or practical? Practical completion we call it when work has been done, but maintenance remains, and final completion shall be granted later on. That's one part. We say mechanical completion, construction works, and we call it mechanical completion. Practical completion and completion of a mechanical completion when this is plant facilities site. So the both words are used. Mechanically used for planting facilities where mechanical work is involved, electrical work is involved, civil work is involved, and many other systems are involved. Electrical system, I mean electronic or non-electronic, IT or non-IT. But in straight work, which is construction activities of buildings, particularly in buildings, it calls practical completion of buildings, after which only touch up is required or some defects correction is required, something else. So practically it can be used, means you can occupy that and use it. It means occupation, a kind of occupation certificate, but because the engineer can issue only completion certificate or taking over certificate, it depends on, means it's that type of document. Actually, it's if it's building or it's controlled by urban laws, you have to apply for occupation certificate to municipality or the authority who is responsible for that. So here in statement there's a different format. Meaning is same. Now we are giving to contractors as far as contractors is concerned. They are not giving it to municipality or somewhere else. So it's same meaning but different approach. Here it's given to contractor because contractor needs this for some other purpose. Means then we go to temporary works, which I said already. Temporary works means all temporary works of every kind other than contractor's equipment required on site for execution of works. So temporary works, for example, props, scaffolding, some other temporary works you've got, some platform you prepared for something, some store you prepared, stores, or you can say cement store or lay down area, lay down where you store the equipment, machines, or whatever, open area, or something else where you just produce something, whatever yard, concrete, you can say steel bending yard, or carpentry shop, or whatever else. It's that's called temporary works, which are removed when work is to be finished. Then tender means already tender is just in sequence of tender, so means letter of tender, contractor's proposal, joint venture in undertaking, if applicable, and all other documents which contractor submitted with letter of tender as included in contract. And tests after completion, that's very important. Tests after completion, taking over tests after completion, it's a big activity actually. It's not a small one. It's a big project. It's written if any, but test is there, which are stated in specification and which are carried out in accordance with special provisions after works or section as case may be are taken over under clause 10 of employers taking over. Tests after completion. Complicated one though, it's necessary. Nothing to worry about that actually. In every contract, there is a provision of testing and commissioning. In every contract. In some contracts, 1 month, in some contracts, 2 months, and that's quite enough. And this is actually in sequence, it's not independent activity. For example, you are doing soil, sanitary, water supply, pipeline, hidden pipeline, exposed pipeline, whatever, all many other items, many other activities do. There are different various stages of testing, so like fix one test, fix two tests, final testing, this and that. And in commissioning means where the big equipment are there, machines are to perform, they have to test performance of the machines as well, equipment as well. It's whatever equipment is there, what is the plant is there, after installation, after you can say you have to test and commission them. That's also same. So there's means there's certain standard procedures, and there are certain which are just for namesake, but pipelines, pressure test, this test, that test in buildings, that's what is required. And pump, your testing of pumps, testing of upland water, and whatever services provided there, everything requires to be tested. So when we go in further explanations, exemplifications of this is just definition. So it depends on means what type of project is this. There may be big pipelines, underground and roads, which require different type of testing. And after testing, maintenance and disclosure of those. And that says test up. Now, test on completion is another one. It's tests which are specified in contract or agreed by both parties, or instructed variation, and which are carried out under clause 9, test on completion before works as section as the case may be are taken over under clauses employer taking over. There's no definition here because this is just definition, but I told you all those kinds of tests on completion, test after completion, test for completion. There are different types of test for, test on, test after. Also test for completion is time for completing works or its section as case may be under subclause 8 to time for completion as stated in contract data as may be extended under subcontract 5 for completion calculated from commencement date. So there are various tests we'll see in here. We cannot explain everything in this, and definitions we'll see. There are various kind of tests on all these services we provide in buildings or non-buildings both, because it depends on what service we are providing in that building or in that plant services or in landscape services as well. Unforeseeable, which not reasonably foreseeable by an experienced contractor by base date. So he has simply given article definition, not real definition. We'll see later on. It's just writing that it's reasonable, foreseeable by an experienced contractor by this date. So this is something only formality definition. Then variation is means any change to works which is instructed as a variation under clause 15. Okay, fine. Works means permanent works and temporary works, or either of them as appropriate. Temporary works and works here is not included preparatory works, because preparatory works is a part of support to permanent works. Temporary works is, you can say, it can be included as a part of mobilization. So is defined temporary works. Well, it's up to that. And then year means 365 days. This was Article 11. I mean to say, not Article Section 11. Then it is Section 12, which is interpretations in contract except where context requires otherwise. Says, let me see that one. These are also very important point we are going to discuss, because this is a kind of implication, is a kind of construction of these definitions and what contract mean, because we have to use those wordings or else it doesn't constitute a letter that you can call contractual letter. It cannot be low profile, it should be fully strength based drafting, that we say is interest in contract except where context requires otherwise. A, words indicating one gender include all genders, and he, his, and himself shall be read as he, she, his, her, and himself, herself, respectively. So what he has done, when he says he, it means he oblique she, when it says his oblique her, and says himself, himself oblique herself. So it means it includes, and that's it. When you somebody say he, she is automatically included. Say his, her is automatically included. Himself, herself is automatically included. This is one part of understanding and interpretation of this. So you should not say, oh no, where is she? There's no meaning as such. Then B, words indicating singular also include plural, and words indicating plural also include singular. It's very common. You know, understand that. I know it's nothing difficult. So, C, provisions including word agree, provisions including verb agree, agreed, or agreement require agreement to be recorded in writing. In writing, it's not speech. The written or in writing means handwritten, typewritten, printed, or electronically made and resulting in a permanent record. Do you understand these points? Written or in writing means handwritten, typewritten, printed, or electronically made and resulting in a permanent record. E, may, may, may means that party or person referred to has choice of whether to act or not in matter referred to. May. You might have seen word of use of may in many statutes. If you've not seen, you may see if you have a chance to read a chance to see some Parliament Act or some other document related to law. So may is your choice, your discretion. It's not mandate of others, but yours in this respect is done. So may means party or person referred to as choice of whether to act or not to act in matter referred to. That's what it's there, and I shall like to refer to this written word of may in IRL Charter in clause 16, Article 16. It says a member, a corporate member, may use title of this. You can see that means it's up to member to use this title. It's his choice, not government choice, not state choice. It's choice of an individual whether or not to use this. So it is that jurisdiction. Cannot be forced. It's my choice. That's what it says. It's an important but as far as this law is concerned. The contract itself is a law. It comes under ambit of Contract Act. It's not free will. It is under contract and it's so as such. Then F is shall. We have to understand this difference. What is shall, what is will, what is may. These give different meanings, legal meanings. It's as shall, shall, means party or person referred to has an obligation under contract to perform duty referred to. So you're bound. You're bound to an understanding, you interpret that clause or that provision without ambiguity. It means that shall means person or party referred to has an obligation under contract to perform duty referred to. This is point of law. Actually, what we are talking is analytical understanding of clauses. We must understand them if we want to work as contract engineer. G. Consent. As we usually say, consent means employer, contractor, or engineer, as case may be, agree to or gives permission for requested matter. This is for these three, that employer, contractor, or engineer, as case may be, agrees to or gives permission for requested matter. So this applies to them. Then H, which is including, include and includes, including, includes and includes, shall be interpreted as not being limited to or qualified by stated items that follow. Correct? Including, include, includes, not being limited, not means shall be interpreted as not being limited to or qualified by or stated items that follow. And I is words indicating persons or parties, shall be interpreted as referring to natural and legal persons. This is very common, which sometimes we can't find on some agreements, but it doesn't mean that if it's not there, it includes according to contract law. Words indicating persons or parties shall be interpreted as referring to natural and legal persons, including corporations and other legal entities. And then J, which is execute works. Execute works or execution of works means construction and completion of works and remedying of any defects, both completion of works and remedying of any defects, and shall be deemed to include design to extent, shall be deemed to include design to extent, if any, specified in contract. You got it? If it is EPC, means EPC can be imported here, or if there is part design, that can be imported here, or there can be working design that can be imported here. So this includes that. I repeat, execute works or execution of works means construction and completion of works, and remedying of any defects, and shall be deemed to include design to extent, if any, specified in contract. Now, in any list of these conditions where second last item of list is followed by and or and or, see, and this one is and, then other is or, one is and separately, one is or separately, and there are two also, and or. There is one and between two apostrophes, then or is there without anything, then or is apostrophe, then or is without anything, and there is apostrophe and oblique or. These three are there, and you can say and or and oblique or. This is given one of two. Then all of list items going before this item shall also be read as if they are followed by and or and or, as case may be. See, there is so much given in mix up or. We have to interpret that. Again, I'm telling this in list in these conditions where second last item of list is followed by and then or and or, then all of this list items going before this item shall also be read as if they are followed by an or and or, as case may be. See complication. Marginal words and other headings shall not be taken into consideration in interpretation of these conditions. This is very clear. You must understand language itself says marginal words and other headings shall not be taken into consideration in interpretation of these conditions or construction of these conditions. So whatever is written on right side or left side, whatever title is given, that has nothing to do for purpose of interpretation of this concept. Actual text and condition is weighable. This means is that title, no problem. Something written in comments or some other, no problem. Text composition, body of text is more important. What it conveys, this means is that. Then we go further. Now is 1.3, that is notices and other communications. 1.3, notices and other communications. So far we have gone to 1.1 and 1.2. Definitions and construction structure. We are just talking about now, we talked about that is structure of language for purpose of construction interpretation. Construction of these clauses means this language is construction. It gives many structures or many levels. That depends upon what sort of paragraph is that, what sort of clauses. Sometimes you'll find one line statement only, and sometimes you find a statement that covers full page, sometimes half page with many compounding of sentences, and that is where complication arises. And I have seen the FIDIC has made it better than before. Still, it is complicated for those people who cannot understand that. Sometimes you read once, you find one meaning. Next time you read that, you will find different meaning. Again, you find same meaning, and next time you read after some days, you will find some other meaning. That causes little problem. Because I understand something, you understand something, consultant understands something, engineer understands something. This happens, but convention tells you what is right, what is wrong. That is what pragmatism is, and we have to be very careful about that. Nothing is perfect in our world. Mistakes are expected. It doesn't mean we should stop at that word. No, first to solve this, when we move further. No, you can't. Yes, you have an opportunity for that, and that opportunity is a gap between buying tender or procuring tender document to date of submission of that document, or even after, when your tender is going to be approved. Before agreeing to that approval, point out that this I understood like this. Please clarify I am right or I am wrong. If they say no, this you are wrong, this is a real statement, then you have to decide you agree on that or you don't agree on that. If you agree on that, that's fine. If you don't agree on that, what is final implication of that? That is immoral. This happens. But that's not very critical as far as I understand. In 99% of cases, there should be no major problem because many conditions are just for namesake. Exceptional cases are there that such disputes arises, and that's the reason I say whenever there is any case disputes, please avoid legal luminaries because they do not know construction, and we cannot stop word by word or comma by comma and semicolon just to waste time. This is engineering, and this talks, please deliver, don't hold. And luminaries talk, luminaries talk, please hold, don't deliver. This is difference. Angel says, I want result, delivered, and they say hold. So better go to your people, otherwise waste time. This is what my experience is all about. So we go now to on 3, and that is notice, notices and other communications. Now 1.3 says, wherever wherever these conditions provide wherever these conditions provide for giving of a notice, including a notice of dissatisfaction, or issuing, providing, sending, submitting, or transmitting of another type of communication, including acceptance, acknowledgement, advising, agreement, approval, certificate, claim, consent, decision, determination, discharge, instruction, no objection, records of meeting, permission, proposal, record, reply, report, request, review, statement, submission, or any other similar type of communication, notice, or other communication shall be in writing, and then we'll talk. Up to it, we'll just discuss. And after, let's start subheads A, B, C, etc. So we repeat again notices for other communications. What it says again, because this is very long. Wherever these conditions provide for giving of a notice, which including a notice of dissatisfaction, which is very big. We talk, dissatisfaction comes in when there is a determination by engineer or by someone else, notice of dissatisfaction, or issuing, providing, issuing, providing, sending, submitting, or transmitting of another type of communication. This is one course here: issuing, providing, sending, submitting, transmitting of another type of communication. And now, which is communication is? It includes acceptance, acknowledgement, advising, agreement, approval, certificate, claim, consent, decision, determination, discharge, instruction, no objection, records. This is what it is all about. Of what? Of meeting, permission, proposal, record, reply, report, request, review, statement, submission, or any other similar type of communication, notice or other communication shall be in writing, and then it says A shall be what shall be? 1, a paper original signed by contractor's representative, engineer, or authorized representative of employer, as case may be, or see, or semicolon, or. Number 2, an electronic original generated from any of systems of electronic transmission stated in contract data, bracket, if not stated, comma, systems acceptable to engineer, bracket closed, comma, where electronic original is transmitted by electronic address uniquely assigned to each of such authorized representatives, or again it says or both, as stated in these conditions, and then says and. See, this same or and or, all these are coming into picture. So let us repeat what it says. He says after that paragraph was A shall be a paper original signed by contractor's representative, engineer or authorized representative of engineer, bracket as case may be closed, or another is second, an electronic original generated from any of systems of electronic transmission stated in contract data, bracket if not stated, systems acceptable to engineer, bracket close, comma, where electronic original is transmitted by electronic address uniquely assigned to each of such authorized representatives, or both, as stated in these conditions, and B. It was A1 and A2. Now B, it's a notice. If it is a notice, if it is a notice, shall be identified as a notice. If it is a notice, it shall be identified as a notice. If it is another form of communication, it shall be identified as such and include reference to provisions of contract under which it is issued where appropriate. It says, again I say B, if it is a notice, it shall be identified as a notice. If it is another form is of communication, it shall be identified as such and include reference to provisions of contract under which it is issued where appropriate. Now C, delivered by hand, bracket against receipt, or sent by mail or courier against receipt, or transmitted using any of systems of electronic transmission under subparagraph A2 above. That was previously we talked. And then D, what is D? Delivered, sent or transmitted to address for recipient's communications as stated in contract data. Delivered, sent or transmitted to address for recipient's communications as stated in contract data. However, if recipient gives a notice of another address, all notices and other communications shall be delivered accordingly after sender receives such notice. However, if recipient gives a notice of another address, all notices and other communications shall be delivered accordingly after sender received such notice. Now, where these conditions state that notice of dissatisfaction, NOD, or other communication is to be delivered, given, issued, provided, see, all words are there. NOD or other communication to be delivered, comma given, comma issued, comma provided, comma sent, comma submitted or transmitted, comma it shall have effect when it is received, bracket, or deemed to have been received, bracket close, at recipient's current address under subparagraph D as above. An electronically transmitted notice or other communication is deemed to have been received on day after transmission, provided no non-delivery notification was received by sender. All notices, all notices and all notices and all other types of communication as referred to above shall not be unreasonably withheld or delayed. That's important. Do not hold them without any reason. Otherwise, you have to face time problem, question problem. When a notice or NOD, notice of dissatisfaction, or certificate is issued by a party or engineer, paper and oblique or electronic original shall be sent to intended recipient and a copy shall be sent to engineer or other party. As case be may be, all other communications shall be copied to parties or and oblique or engineer as stated under these conditions or elsewhere in contract. This was 1.3. Then it comes 1.4, law and language. I take this much and I think that I go to see what is time now. So we have some time. Okay. Now it says law and language. Contract shall be governed by law of country or other jurisdiction stated in contract data, because we have to write jurisdiction which applies. And if not stated, law of country excluding any conflict of law rules. What it says again, because this is important, contract shall be governed by law of a country or other jurisdiction stated in contract data, and if not stated, law of country excluding any conflict of law rules. Why it's written? I have seen many contracts in Gulf where they say official language is English and jurisdiction in the UK. Work is going on in Gulf, in Jeddah, it's going on in Doha. But they say jurisdiction of UK court applies. They know that if they go to this court, there is nothing left, they don't find anything, there they can benefit. But that's actually what to do. It's law of land. Even arbitration disputes they take there. Not necessarily in here our country also we can do. We don't use law of this land, we use law of that one. This is freedom. Because this means we don't trust you, simply saying that. Then ruling language of contract. Ruling language of contract shall be that stated in contract data, and bracket, if not stated, language of these conditions, whatever. Simple, if contract is in English, you have to state it's Arabic or English or French or whatever, Spanish. Otherwise, in whatever language your contract document is, that applies. If there are versions of any part of contract which are written in more than one language, version which is in ruling language shall prevail. See, this is what they have. Again, I read, may be clear to you. Ruling language of contract shall be stated in contract data, and if not stated, language of these conditions, these general conditions, if there are versions of any part of contract which are written in more than one language version which is in ruling language shall prevail. Yes, they are finding so many troubles here and there, and we have to solve them, particularly when I go to countries like Saudi Arabia, like so that they find so many documents. Some are Arabic, some are English, or same thing. Somewhere. As you find all that. Once I have to change, translate many pages because of this problem. Language for communications shall be that stated in contract data. Language of communication I'm talking. This was contract language previously I talked. There's that difference. We took note of that. I am talking communication language and previously it was contract language. Both are different. Language for communications shall be that stated in contract data. If no language is stated there, language for communications shall be ruling language of contract. Got it? Language for communications shall be that stated in contract data. If no language is stated there, language for communications shall be ruling language by contract. For contract. Now, 1.5 is priority of documents. That's very important. Priority of precedence, you can say. Priority of documents. That is always confusing to many people, in fact. Sometimes you have to go into see in details what is that, but it's not difficult. Common sense can tell you what is priority. Now it says documents forming contract are to be taken as mutually explanatory. That is first point. Documents forming contract are to be taken as mutually explanatory of one another. That's right. It is. If there is any conflict, ambiguity, or discrepancy, priority of documents shall be in accordance with following sequence. Let me repeat this line again. Documents forming contract are to be taken as mutually explanatory of one another, or you can say speaking to each other. If there is certain conflict, ambiguity, or discrepancy, priority of document shall be in accordance with following sequence. And what is that sequence? That is a contract agreement which you are now talking, in which price lies. Remember where price lies. Contract agreement. Number B, letter of acceptance. First is contract agreement, letter of acceptance. There is a big confusion regarding these two titles here in our country. People don't understand. They say, oh, no. Letter of acceptance first. No, letter of acceptance first. They don't understand that contract agreement includes letter of acceptance. So letter of acceptance is a part of contract agreement. If it is separate, and even if it is not there, contract agreement doesn't exist, then letter of agreement, letter of acceptance stands in case contract agreement does not stand. Otherwise, contract agreement rules, letter of acceptance comes later. This you have to remember, where price is given, where signs are given, both parties signs, where witnesses sign, that is document number 1 on contract. You have to say this is my contract. Then letter of acceptance generally comes number 1 in communication, because this and letter of acceptance, you start this, you are awarded this contract, will sign this contract in so many days. This usually happens, but priority is given to contract agreement. Second priority is to letter of acceptance. Then C is letter of tender. This is based on which document this contract has come into effect. That is letter of tender. So number 1 priority goes to contract agreement. Second priority goes to letter of acceptance. Third priority goes to letter of tender. Then comes D, that is particular condition, part A, contract data. Particular condition, contract data, and particular conditions, part B, special provisions. Special provisions. So one is contract data, and that is part A, particular condition, then that is special provisions, part B, particular conditions. So contract data rules here, number one, then special provisions. So in fact, both are in particular conditions. So it may not make much difference because they are clubbed in one document and there's particular conditions. So then go to F, which is these general conditions. Now comes general conditions because they are general. In fact, particular conditions are special conditions. That's why they take higher effect. Those are in fact project conditions. You can say like project specifications, and general conditions are for generality. This comes later on that. So this general condition is coming at F. Then G is specifications. Now specification starts, technical work starts. This was up to now only contractual work. You can see these are contractual documents all, and this contractual document you can say contractual agreement, letter of acceptance, letter of tender, particular condition 1A, particular condition B, and general conditions. These are pure contract documents. Others are also contract documents, but they are textual. Actually, you can say legal documents in which court or arbitrator will go into digging depth of digging what's there in, because they cannot understand what is specification, and their G is specification, H is drawings, I is schedules. Schedule means not bar chart schedules. There are so many other lists involved. Schedule of manpower, schedule of material, which we call list of material, or schedule of color range. This and that. There are so many things available in contract. Those all are titled schedule. Schedule of ironmongery, for example. So schedule of doors and windows. Like that, there are so many involvements here, which only engineers can understand. That is written at last. And then J, that is joint venture undertaking. If contract is in joint venture, that documents comes here last but one, and last is any other documents forming part of contract, that is K. So we have here 11 points, I think. K is 11, yes. So contract agreement, letter of acceptance, letter of tender, particular condition A, particular condition B, general conditions, specifications, drawings, schedules, JV, and other documents. These are contract documents. In this original work, where we sign something and later on we work on working drawings, we work on shop drawings, we work on technical queries, we work on engineering queries, we work on so many current documents which also later on part, or you can say fix themselves with contract dossiers, which are real documents for purpose of prosecution. Those also are interpreted together with this. They become actually as-built drawings part. Now we are saying drawings. At that time we call as-built drawings. So all those working and shop drawings and other sketches and whatsoever is there, amendments or red lines or something, all are converted to as-builts, and those constitute extended contract documents, or you can say contract dossiers. And then we go to, now if a party finds an ambiguity or discrepancy in documents, if a party finds an ambiguity or discrepancy in documents, that party shall promptly give a notice to engineer describing ambiguity or discrepancy. After receiving such notice, or if engineer finds an ambiguity or discrepancy in documents, engineer shall issue necessary clarification or instruction. But remember, after signing contract, this is restricted because neither engineer can do nor you can do. It's better to apply this paragraph before submitting your bid or tender. An engineer also should not involve in correction of discrepancy post contract stage. It just adds to complications. So intelligent contractor is that who goes through scrutinizing all documents prior to closing tender. And that's why I can say if a party finds an ambiguity or discrepancy in documents, that party shall promptly give a notice to engineer describing ambiguity or discrepancy. After receiving such notice, or if engineer finds an ambiguity or discrepancy in documents, engineer shall issue necessary clarifications or instructions. Then then 1/6. Do we have time? I don't know. 1/6 contract agreement. Now we are coming to neck. Contract agreement. Parties shall sign a contract agreement within 35 days. This is here 35 days after contractor receives letter of acceptance. We are talking here which second priority there and about documents is letter of acceptance. You receive first unless they agree otherwise. Yes, you can agree otherwise. All right, give us 1 week advance or 1 week post. Depends, it does big issue. After all, you have been issued letter of acceptance. So unless they agree otherwise, contract agreement shall be based on form annexed to particular conditions. There is condition of agreement blank form on a particular condition. That is called particular because that's related to project. That is not general. General is not related to project. That's for everybody. So contract agreement shall be based on form annexed to particular conditions, cost of stamp duties and similar charges, if any, imposed by law in connection with entry into contract agreement shall be borne by employer. This is an important point. Party 1 shall bear that cost. Employer is party 1. Keep in mind because employer is responsible for this contract. He has funding of this contract. He is paying you and contract is receiving that. Contract is party 2. So party shall sign a contract agreement within 35 days after contractor receives a letter of acceptance unless they agree otherwise. Contract agreement shall be based on form annexed to particular conditions, cost of stamp duties and similar charges, if any, imposed by law in connection with entry into contract agreement shall be borne by employer. If contractor comprises a joint venture, JV, authorized representative of each member of joint venture, JV, shall sign contract agreement. 1/7 assignments. I think I keep this and then we close it. Neither party shall assign whole or any part of contract or any benefit or interest in or under contract. However, either party A may assign whole or any part of contract with prior agreement of other party at sole discretion of such other party. B may, as security in favor of a bank or financial institution, assign parties right to any monies due or to become due under contract without prior agreement of other party. I repeat, this is a financial arrangement. Neither party shall assign whole or any part of contract or any benefit or interest in or under contract. However, either party may assign the whole or any part of contract with prior agreement of other party at sole discretion of such other party, and B, may as security in favor of bank or financial institution assign parties right to any monies due or to become due under contract without prior agreement of other party. So these are two different. One is related to work and other is related to financial guarantees, which will come later on. This is just description of that. And then 1.8 is care and supply of documents. Care and supply of documents. Should we take it now here? It's 10 minutes, so we can take, no problem. It's okay. All right, so this is 818 care and supply of documents. Specification and drawings shall be in custody. This is old actually, this is custody. The specification and drawings shall be in custody and care of employer unless otherwise stated in contract. 2 copies of contract and of each subsequent drawing shall be supplied to contractors who may make or request further copies at cost of contractor. What is the limit? Each of contractor's documents shall be in custody and care of contractors unless and until submitted to engineer. Contractor shall supply to engineer 1 paper original, 1 electronic copy in form as stated in specification, or if not stated, a form acceptable to engineer, and additional paper copies, if any, as stated in contract data of each of contractor's documents. Which are they? Contractor shall keep all at times. Contractor shall keep at all times on site a copy. What shall he keep? Contract, a copy of contract. B, records under subclass 610 contractors records and subclass 22.3 contemporary records. C, publications, if any, named in specification. Publications, if any, named in specification, which means codes, whatever codes or whatever some other document. D, contractors' documents. E, drawings. F, variations, notices, and other communications given under contract. Employer's personnel shall have right of access. Who are employer's personnel? Engineer, resident engineer, and assistants. So employer's personnel shall have right to access to all these documents during all normal working hours or as otherwise agreed with contractor. If a party bracket or engineer becomes aware of an error or defect bracket whether of a technical nature or otherwise bracket goes in a document which was prepared for use in execution of works, party bracket or engineer shall promptly give a notice of such error or defect to other party bracket or to parties. 19 delayed drawings or instructions. Contractor shall give a notice to engineer whenever works are likely to be delayed or disrupted if any necessary drawing or instruction is not issued to contractor within a particular time, which shall be reasonable. Notice shall include details of necessary drawings or instruction, details of why and by when it should be issued, and details of nature and amount of delay or disruption likely to be suffered if it is late. Let me repeat this, a technical one. Contractor shall give a notice to engineer whenever works are likely to be delayed or disrupted if any necessary drawing or instruction is not issued to contractor within a particular time, which shall be reasonable. Notice shall include details of necessary drawings or instructions, details of why and by when it should be issued, and details of nature and amount of delay or disruption likely to be suffered if it is late. If contractor suffers if contractor suffers delay and oblique or incurs cost as a result of a failure of engineer to issue notified drawing or instruction within a time which is reasonably and is specified in notice with supporting details, contractor shall be entitled, subject to subclause 20, that 22, claims for payment and or EOT or extension of time, you say, and or payment of such cost plus profit. However, if and to extent that engineer's failure was caused by any error or delay by contractor, including an error in or delay in submission of any of contractor's documents, contractors shall not be entitled to such EOT or extension of time and oblique or cost plus profit. So next will be 110, and that will be employer's use of contractual documents, which I think we'll take later on. These points are actually very boring. I know contract is very boring, but we should not forget this is cost. You are contractor, they is engineer. Engineer is not serious about anything because he has to supervise only. He has to superintend, he has to pass your valuations, he has to just issue NCRs, and he has to supervise sites, he has to approve your drawings, your materials, means complete office work, majority of office work and visits to sites are to be conducted by engineer. But the responsibility does not lie with engineer as far as contract is concerned. This is international arrangement. You may call them engineer, you may call them consultants, you may call them whatever. They are contract administrators according to law. Every engineer administers your contract and contractor works on that contract. So there is question of performing of contract. If you can perform, you are called expert contractor, professional contractor. If you can't perform, you are not in that category, because meaning what we have here is different. But international meaning, contractor is a professional, expert of his job, means that is why there is a difference. Engineer's job is to ensure the superintendent works without taking any responsibility, any legal or otherwise. Yes, there is different type of responsibilities. Maybe they don't get this job because this is also contract job. They get management contract or the superintendent's contract, supervising contract. They may not get other one if they make mistakes, but that is very rare. That is very rare. Contractor All this is hung over, by sword. If you make mistake, you have to pay. Contractors, people cannot sleep very well because everywhere there is responsibility, and particularly in building activities. I'm not talking of roads, I'm not talking of flyovers. These are routine. Buildings means hundreds and hundreds of drawings, hundreds and hundreds of materials, and such supervision, arrange of material, machines, all that. It is complete headache, really headache. Even if you are very regular, you are very punctual, you are very good manager, you can't do. You need very good coordinators, very good managers, very good engineers who can all move in one body. And if you can't move, you make lapses, you don't write in time. Site engineers don't have times, and we don't expect them to write that because they are physically very busy. One man who stands in sun for 3 4 hours, you can't expect that person to go and see contact and open his specification, all that. It's not easy. So leave them aside, just consult them what is problem on site, and that's adequate for collecting information to work on your own site management, to can say to write your documents, your reports, everything means in a professional way. Because excessive writing is also sometimes harmful, and in absence of writing is also both are harmful. Never be trapped by law. That is first principle. Never to give your fingers to others. Never believe anybody because everybody wants your catch. I have taken this corner of this person. I can pull him anytime. That much pragmatism. Site agents or coordinators or managers, whoever, whatever takes to call them, should have that capacity to understand what can happen in future if I don't write this, or what may not happen if I write this. Both are negative and positive. That point must be clearly understood. Otherwise, you have to face problems for that, because once you are in problem, you cannot come out of that. Once some documentation has been affected, number is there on that document, your number and engineer's number, then you are in trap. That shall become a part of dossier. And even there's arbitration or no arbitration, you are bound by your dossiers, your documentations, which is permanent, which cannot be removed immediately until there is a retention period. In retention period, those documents will stand in your way. So it is therefore very important. That's why I'm taking this contract issue. This contract issue is not that easy as we take, oh, leave it, we'll do tomorrow. This happens here. I have seen here no one cares for documentation. And that's why engineering is falling in this country, believe me. We are dropping engineering quality because we do not interest in these types of documents. Means we take everything for granted, and that's why we are fine. So we'll continue next one after that, and I think it's very, very boring, very interesting, but liability is there. If you want to really work as either you are working contracting or in consulting, it doesn't matter. You have to understand documents. I have seen idiot consultants also who do not understand anything, but they are consultants. Neither they understand engineering, nor they understand contracting, but they are. This is because of approach and this and that. So it doesn't matter. They say anything. I have seen an Arabic contractor, lift contractor. I submitted many times my lift, and this consultant every time writes something. What I do, he's not doing his job. This man came to me and complained to me. I simply shut him, shut up. What do you want? Consultant, you are no good. Your servant is he? Are you not ISO 9001 party? Are you registered with that agency or not? What is your duty? Why should you expect consultant work for you? Are you paying him? You are sure. He just tried to mislead our company when I was not there before that. Every time he writes this and that, he cannot write one time every objection. Why he should write for you? Why don't you check yourself, your work? You are duty bound according to your certification of registration as ISO 9001 agency. You are compliant, so you check yourself. This is what people don't understand. And that is what our people don't understand. Fortunately, we are very highly qualified, we are placed everywhere, but no use. They need original training, otherwise they are of no use at all. You will not find any system, any quality, anything there, and contract, forget contract. That's happening here, which I want to help them improve their knowledge. But they don't bother. So, well, it's their choice. I just do what I can do. Thank you very much. Say,